Number 55.
The suspicious death of Lauren Agee. Lauren Agee was born in Biloxi, Mississippi on August 19, 1993, to Sherry and Brian Agee, and spent her later life in Hendersonville, Tennessee with her mother, stepfather Michael Smith, and 3 siblings. Known for her vibrant and outgoing nature, Lauren was remembered by her mother as full of sugar with a little bit of spice. She had a passion for the performing arts and was an enthusiastic dancer and gymnast. Although she earned a dance scholarship to Bethel University, she chose to study criminal justice at Volunteer State University instead. Lauren had an active social life and a significant relationship she cherished deeply. In July 2015, Lauren informed her mother, Sherry Smith, about her intention to attend Wakefest, a country music festival taking place on a lake, with her friend Hannah Palmer, which worried her mother. Sherry was concerned not only about the party atmosphere and alcohol consumption at the event, but also about Hannah, whom she considered unreliable and untrustworthy. Despite her mother's reservations and intuition of danger, Lauren, asserting her independence at 21, reassured her mother that they would be staying in a cabin near the lake, rather than camping, to alleviate her concerns. On July 25, 2015, Lauren said farewell to her mother Sherry and stepfather Michael Smith, departing with Hannah for Center Hill Lake. Sherry recalled Lauren giving her especially heartfelt hugs before leaving. Their journey began positively, with the two sharing cheerful photos on social media during their drive. Upon reaching the lake, Lauren and Hannah met up with 2 men, Aaron Lilly, who was introduced as Hannah's new boyfriend, and Christopher Stout, whom Lauren had not previously met. The first day of the festival saw them engaging in typical festivities, like drinking, sports watching, and cliff diving, a common activity at the event. Lauren reportedly hit her head during one of the dives, momentarily losing consciousness, but she reassured everyone she was fine and continued to participate in the festivities, despite the potential risk of a concussion. Lauren was surprised to learn that their accommodation plans had changed from a cabin to camping on a cliffside, which was not what she had anticipated or prepared for. The camping site was precariously located between 2 steep drops, and the group had to canoe and climb a steep cliff to reach it. Prepared with only a sleeping bag, flip-flops, her phone, and an extra set of clothes, Lauren expressed her dissatisfaction with the new sleeping arrangements, especially after discovering she would be expected to share a hammock with Chris Stout. She communicated her discomfort to her friend Cassie, indicating she had no romantic interest in Chris and was committed to her relationship with her boyfriend. That evening, the group returned to the marina, where video evidence from the marina bar showed Lauren in high spirits, despite a noticeable altercation between Aaron, Chris, and Cassie, who was Aaron's ex-girlfriend. Lauren had re-emphasized her discomfort at the sleeping arrangements, seeking an alternative, but Cassie could not offer her a place to stay. Despite recognizing the risks after a day filled with alcohol, the group recorded themselves navigating back to their dangerous death trap campsite by canoe. They managed to return safely, settling into their tent and hammock for the night. On the morning of July 26th, the group discovered that Lauren was missing, despite all her personal items remaining at the campsite. Assuming she had left early, they proceeded to enjoy the festival without making any attempts to find her or inform others of her disappearance. They even inquired about her whereabouts with mutual friends, including Cassie Franks, but no one had seen her. Later that afternoon, around 4:45 p.m., Lynn Blair and his son Dylan, while fishing, found a body in the water, initially mistaking it for clothing. Officer Chris Yarchuk, working security at the festival, was informed about the body by marina employees Deanna and Harry Elder. Curiously, before the discovery was made public, Aaron was seen paddling towards the area, raising questions about his knowledge of the situation. Although it was beyond his jurisdiction, Yarchuk approached the scene, noting significant injuries on Lauren's body and suggesting the need for a forensic examination. The devastating news was soon delivered to Lauren's mother, Sherry, by a sheriff's deputy. Sherry had been feeling uneasy all day, continuously trying to contact Lauren. She immediately questioned the whereabouts of Lauren's companions upon learning of her daughter's death, prompting the authorities to begin questioning them. Hannah, Chris, and Aaron were taken for questioning. Immediately, their lack of concern for Lauren's overnight disappearance and their calm demeanor that morning appeared suspicious. Officers noted their apparent nervousness and secretive conversations. Aaron was overheard instructing the others to remain silent, with an unconfirmed claim of him threatening to disarm an officer, though no action was taken against him by officers. In their interviews, inconsistencies emerged. They initially claimed Lauren was missing when they awoke, assuming she was with other festival goers. Their stories, however, began to diverge under scrutiny. Hannah claimed Lauren left with unidentified males early Saturday, while Aaron stated she never returned to the campsite after leaving the bar. Chris suggested Lauren might have accidentally fallen into the lake overnight. Their varying accounts raised further suspicions about the circumstances surrounding Lauren's disappearance and death. Lauren's body was removed from the water and immediately taken for an autopsy, which indicated blunt force trauma as the cause of death. The autopsy also showed that Lauren had suffered various injuries, including broken fingers, a broken nose, and several bruises across her body, one of which resembled a bite mark. Going against typical procedures, no examination was conducted due to the presence of a tampon, a decision criticized by private investigator Sheila Wysocki for its lack of logic, as assault can occur regardless. The absence of a kit meant no DNA evidence was collected. Additionally, Lauren's clothing was reported by her mother to be unfamiliar and incorrectly fastened, suggesting she might not have dressed herself. The autopsy found Lauren's blood alcohol level to be significantly high, with no other drugs in her system. The injuries were deemed consistent with a fall, and her throat showed signs of potential impact trauma, which was attributed to hitting rocks. However, the lack of water in her lungs suggested she was already deceased before entering the water. Despite these conflicting findings and family suspicions of foul play, authorities ruled her death as accidental. Cassie, who had spoken to Lauren the night before she died regarding the controversial sleeping arrangements, expressed her concerns to the police about Aaron's history of violence and Chris's legal troubles, but her input did not alter the case's conclusion. After the incident, Chris shared photos online celebrating the weekend, which was met with controversy and disbelief regarding its timing. In the aftermath, a fundraiser was organized in Lauren's memory, and her funeral featured her favorite music, attended by many of her friends except Hannah, Aaron, and Chris. Later, when Lauren's mother Sherry confronted Hannah for more details, she noticed a change in Hannah's account, suggesting Lauren had accidentally fallen while going to the bathroom at night. During this conversation, Sherry overheard Aaron instructing Hannah to adhere to their story, further adding to the doubts surrounding Lauren's tragic death. Sherry, seeking clarity on her daughter's mysterious death, employed private investigator Sheila Wysocki. Wysocki's efforts led to a second look at Lauren's autopsy, uncovering previously undisclosed information, such as throat hemorrhaging, possibly indicative of strangulation. Officer Yarchuk, who doubted the accidental death conclusion, collaborated with Wysocki, conducting experiments with a mannequin to replicate Lauren's supposed fall from the cliff. Despite numerous attempts, they concluded Lauren could not have ended up in the water from a fall due to the terrain and the lack of injuries consistent with such a fall. They also observed that if Lauren had inadvertently entered the water, she would have drifted to a different location due to the currents. Yarchuk also recalled a distinctive triangular mark on Lauren's chest, matching a section of the canoe rented by Aaron and Chris, suggesting it came from her body being transported, contrary to police suggestions that it occurred during the recovery process. Despite their findings, the case faced opposition and was marred by internet trolls, some of whom were traced back to the vicinity where Hannah and Aaron lived. Wysocki addressed the case in her podcast Without Warning, part of a growing trend of using true crime platforms to spotlight overlooked cases. Sherry initiated a $10 million wrongful death lawsuit against those she believed were involved, including a previously unmentioned person named Brixner Gambrel. She also sought the 911 call recordings, which were unfortunately lost due to a reported technical issue, deepening her suspicions. During legal proceedings, Hannah, Chris, and Aaron exercised their right to remain silent, avoiding self-incrimination. Notably, Hannah refrained from responding to direct questions regarding her involvement in Lauren's death. Although Hannah was eventually dismissed from the lawsuit, the case gained a new dimension when a witness claimed to have seen Aaron Lilly in a distressed state the night of Lauren's death, contradicting the group's reported timeline. As of today, the true circumstances of Lauren Taylor Agee's death remain unresolved, leaving her family and community seeking answers and justice.
Number 54.
Chuck Peck. In 2008, at around 4 p.m. in the San Fernando Valley in California, two trains collided head-on in a terrible accident that would leave 25 people dead and dozens more injured. The cause of the accident? The engineer had been distracted by a text message while on duty. Passenger Charles Chuck Peck was one of those caught amidst the chaos and wreckage of the train crash. His family clung to hope, praying that he had survived the devastation. As firefighters toiled to rescue survivors and retrieve the fallen, Chuck's cell phone became an unfortunate beacon of false hope. Throughout the night, Chuck's loved ones received a barrage of calls from his phone, but when answering, were greeted by static-filled silence. For Chuck's son, CJ, each call represented a glimmer of hope that his father was alive, waiting to be rescued from the wreckage. But each time he answered to be met with static, his certainty wavered. Chuck's family informed first responders that they were receiving calls. Firefighters witnessed as Chuck's fiancée, Andrea Katz, phone lit up with his caller ID. Eagerly, they scoured the wreckage, searching for any sign of his presence. Meanwhile, Chuck's family searched hospitals and reached out to emergency services in a frantic bid to locate him. With each passing hour, their anxiety grew. Then, eventually, the calls ceased, and an hour later, Chuck's body was recovered. He was among the 25 who died in the crash. Overcome by grief, his family also had to answer the mystery of the calls that had tormented them all night. 35 calls had been placed overall. Calls to his fiancée, his sister, his brother, his son, his stepmother. 35 calls over 11 hours, and in the 12th hour, his body was recovered. So had he been desperately trying to reach out to his loved ones until it was too late? Medical examiners found that this could not have been the case. Chuck's autopsy found that he had died on impact. Even more strangely, although pinging his cell phone had led rescuers to locate his body, the phone itself was never found. And so, the mystery remains, leaving many to wonder whether Chuck was reaching out from the beyond to bid a final farewell to those he loved.
Number 53.
The Oklahoma Girl Scout murders. In the summer of 1977, a serene Girl Scout camp in Oklahoma was transformed into a scene of horror that haunts the state to this day. Camp Scott, nestled in a wooded expanse of Mays County, was a retreat that promised adventure and camaraderie. But the dreams of the campers turned into a nightmare when 3 young girls, Lori Farmer, 8, Michelle Goosey, 9, and Doris Milner, 10, were brutally murdered on their first night at the camp. The camp, set against the backdrop of dense forests and meandering trails, had been a beloved summer destination since 1928. Operated by the Girl Scouts, It offered a haven for girls to explore, learn, and grow. That June, a bus from Tulsa's Girl Scout headquarters brought over 130 excited campers, including Lori, Michelle, and Doris. These young campers, eager for a summer adventure, couldn't have known the tragedy that awaited them. Lori, Michelle, and Doris had been assigned to be roommates in the same tent. The night of June 12th was stormy, adding to the eerie atmosphere as the girls settled into tent number 7, which was situated at a secluded edge of the camp near the woods. This would be the last time they were seen alive. The following morning, their bodies were discovered around 150 feet from their tent, shocking the camp, the community, and the nation. The brutality of the crime was appalling. The girls had been raped and bludgeoned, their young lives cut short in an act of unspeakable violence. The discovery set off a massive investigation, with authorities scouring the camp and surrounding areas for clues. They pieced together disturbing signs of a premeditated attack, including a note in a ransacked cabin, found several months earlier and dismissed as a hoax, warning of an intention to kill 3 girls. Suspicion soon fell on Jean Leroy Hart, a local man who was a convicted rapist and escapee from a nearby jail. Hart, a member of the Cherokee Nation who had been living in the area, became a prime suspect in the case. The largest manhunt in Oklahoma history ensued, leading to his capture in April 1978. Hart's trial became a focal point of national attention, but despite the circumstantial evidence and allegations, he was acquitted in 1979. The acquittal did little to quell the speculation and theory surrounding the case. Some pointed to other potential suspects, like William Stevens, a convicted rapist seen near the camp around the time of the attacks. Others pondered the possibility of multiple assailants. The mystery deepened in 1989 when DNA testing confirmed Hart was a potential suspect due to certain genetic markers, but the results were not conclusive enough to close the case, as the markers investigators were able to extract could be linked to several thousand other members of the Cherokee Nation. In 2023, Cherokee citizen Faith Phillips, a novelist, screenwriter, and legal expert living in Locust Grove, brought forward compelling new information. Following a tip from a former Mayes County sheriff, Phillips learned of a man named Buddy Bristol who allegedly confessed to participating in the murders while in prison. According to Phillips, Bristol claimed that he, along with several others, went to the campsite on that fateful night. He asserted that while he was present, another man, whose identity he revealed, was the one who committed the actual murders. Shockingly, the other individuals named by Bristol are still residing in the community. Phillips revealed that one of the men implicated in Bristol's confession is Native American. Consequently, because the crime took place in Locust Grove on the Cherokee Nation reservation, it is now under the jurisdiction of Cherokee Nation law enforcement and is being investigated by Cherokee marshals. Phillips acknowledged the sensitivity of this case for the victims' families, stating that while she does not wish to speak on their behalf, they too have expressed an interest in continuing to work to uncover the truth. This fresh investigation, spurred by new evidence and a legal shift, offers a renewed chance for justice and closure in a case that has haunted the region for over 4 decades. The murders left an indelible mark on the community and the nation. The camp was permanently closed, and the families of the victims were left with unanswered questions. The Oklahoma Girl Scout murders remain a subject of fascination for crime enthusiasts, and a painful, unsolved chapter in Oklahoma's history. Anyone with information is asked to contact the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation at 1-800-522-8017 or email tips@osbi.ok.gov.
Number 52.
The Oakville Blobs. In August 1994, Oakville, Washington, a town built on the timber trade, experienced a bizarre phenomenon when gelatinous blobs, each roughly the size of a grain of rice, reportedly poured from the sky and were found scattered across the ground. A local resident reported that these mysterious translucent blobs had rained down in the night. Soon after, she and her mother developed flu-like symptoms, which they attributed to contact with the blobs. And this was just the beginning. The next few weeks saw 5 more incidents afflicting the town, with multiple residences claiming illness after exposure to the goo. Intrigued and concerned, a microbiologist from the Washington State Department of Health examined the blobs, discovering they contained 2 species of bacteria. However, there was no clear indication that these bacteria might cause illness. Speculation about the origin of the blobs ran wild. Some proposed that they were the result of classified military experiments, though there was no evidence to back this. Another theory suggested that jellyfish could have been shredded and swept into the stratosphere by U.S. Air Force exercises over the nearby Pacific Ocean. This theory too lacked credible evidence. An alternative explanation considered the possibility that the blobs had not, in fact, fallen from the sky, but had appeared on the ground through natural processes. Similar substances, known as star jelly, have been recorded in scientific literature and poetry for centuries. These gelatinous substances have been attributed to various sources, including algae, amphibians, slime molds, and even sodium polyacrylate crystals, which are used in agriculture. In 2012, a similar occurrence was reported in Bournemouth, England, where sodium polyacrylate crystals absorbed water from a storm and formed gelatinous blobs. This incident suggests that the Oakville blobs might have had a similar origin, pointing towards a natural rather than an extraterrestrial or military explanation. Whether a rare meteorological event or an everyday chemical reaction, the blobs have left a lasting impression on Oakville's history.
Number 51.
Cassandra Landrum. In the small town of Union City, Georgia, loved ones are still left wondering decades after Cassandra, known as Sandra, Landrum's disappearance on a late September day in 1975. It was an ordinary evening when Sandra left her family's cozy residence to head towards a payphone at a Dairy Queen just half a block from her home. It was a journey she'd made countless times in the past. Little did anyone know that this would be the last time she would set out on it. As dusk settled, 18-year-old Sandra failed to return home. At first, authorities brushed off her disappearance due to her youth, assuming she had ventured off on her own accord in a bid for independence. But as days turned into weeks, and weeks into months, the truth began to settle in. Sandra was gone, and someone unknown may have taken her. Just as the town began to resign itself to the haunting silence of unanswered questions, something changed. Sandra's parents found themselves on the receiving end of a series of anonymous phone calls, each one a chilling reminder of their daughter's unknown fate. The voice on the other end whispered claims that Sandra had met a tragic end. She'd been murdered. Despite exhaustive searches and relentless inquiries, no trace of Sandra Landrum has ever been found, and the anonymous caller has never been identified. Nearly 50 years on, Sandra's fate, potentially hinted at by those eerie anonymous phone calls, remains unknown, and her family still seeks closure. Information about this missing person can be directed to Union City Police Department, 770-964-1333.
Number 50.
Illinois gas attacks. In the town of Mattoon, Illinois, which remained a peaceful enclave in 1944 despite war raging across the globe, a series of bizarre and terrifying events unfolded that remain shrouded in mystery to this day. Dubbed the Mad Gasser of Mattoon, this strange episode has puzzled historians, scientists, and locals for decades, with local tales of the phantom intruder teetering on the edge between fact and fiction. As the battles of World War II rampaged across distant lands, the residents of Mattoon were about to face their own tumult, one that was inexplicable and frightening. It began on a seemingly ordinary night in September 1944, when Eileen Carney, a resident of Mattoon, was the first to experience a terrifying ordeal. She reported a sickening, sweet odor in her bedroom, which immediately preceded a feeling of paralysis in her legs and lower body. Alarmed, she called out to her sister, who was staying with her, and the mysterious fumes were dispersed by opening a window. This incident marked the beginning of a series of gas attacks that plagued the town over several weeks. The Mattoon Journal-Gazette, along with other newspapers, reported on these attacks, fueling public fear and intrigue. The assailant, who came to be known as the Mad Gasser, seemed to move through the town like a phantom, leaving a trail of victims who experienced similar symptoms of nausea, paralysis, and in some cases even bleeding. As more reports surfaced, the townspeople and authorities struggled to make sense of the situation. Some victims described seeing a tall, thin man lurking in the darkness, while others reported strange clothes or substances left at the scene. The theories about the identity and motive of the Mad Gasser ranged wildly. Was it a disturbed individual carrying out chemical attacks? A covert military experiment gone awry? Or something even more sinister? The police, under mounting pressure to solve the case, considered various leads, including the possibility that the attacks were related to a local industrial plant using toxic chemicals. However, no concrete evidence could be found to support this or any theory. In the absence of clear answers, fear and paranoia gripped Mattoon. Vigilante groups roamed the streets at night, and residents armed themselves, fearing for their safety. As quickly as they had begun, the attacks ceased. The final count of alleged attacks varied, but it was clear that something unusual had occurred in Mattoon. The cessation of the incidents coincided with a new approach by the police, who announced that they would arrest anyone claiming to be a victim without first undergoing a medical examination. This move led to a sudden end to the reports of gas attacks, raising questions about the true nature of the events. In the aftermath, the Mad Gasser of Mattoon became a subject of debate and speculation. Some experts suggested that the events were a case of mass hysteria, where the power of suggestion and heightened wartime anxieties led to a collective delusion among the townspeople. Others, however, maintained that there was a real perpetrator behind the attacks, perhaps using the cover of war to conduct heinous experiments or to spread fear. Amidst various theories and suspects, one name that has repeatedly emerged to intrigue those committed to solving this mystery is that of Farley Llewellyn, a resident of Mattoon who some believe could have been behind these mysterious incidents. Llewellyn was known in the community as a reclusive and somewhat eccentric individual. His most notable characteristic, particularly relevant to the Mad Gasser case, was his profound interest in chemistry. Reports suggest that Llewellyn had set up a private laboratory where he dabbled in various chemical experiments. This detail is crucial because the nature of the Mad Gasser's attacks, involving some form of noxious gas, points to a perpetrator with a certain level of chemical know-how. Chemistry teacher Scott Maruna, in his exploration of the Mad Gasser mystery, proposed Llewellyn as a potential suspect. Maruna's hypothesis is grounded in the possibility that Llewellyn, perhaps driven by curiosity or other motives, decided to test chemical concoctions outside the confines of his lab. The victims of the supposed gas attacks reported symptoms like nausea, paralysis, and a feeling of suffocation, effects that could plausibly result from exposure to certain chemical agents. However, the theory surrounding Llewellyn as the mad gasser is not without its detractors. For one, many point out there is no concrete evidence directly linking him to the attacks. The connection is primarily circumstantial, hinging on his interest in chemistry and reclusive lifestyle. Furthermore, if Llewellyn were indeed the perpetrator, his motives remain unclear. Was it a series of experiments gone awry, or was there a more sinister intention behind his actions? Another point of contention is the feasibility of Llewellyn carrying out such a series of attacks unnoticed. Mattoon was a small, close-knit community during that period, and the idea of Llewellyn conducting multiple gas attacks without being seen or caught seems implausible, especially given the heightened alertness of the townspeople during the period of panic. Moreover, the theory does not adequately address why the attacks would have suddenly ceased. If Llewellyn were responsible, what prompted him to stop? Was it the growing attention and scrutiny from law enforcement and the media? Or did he achieve whatever objective he might have had? The mystery of the mad gasser of Mattoon remains unsolved. Whether it was a case of mass hysteria, a criminal undertaking, a chemical mishap, or something else entirely, the events of 1944 in this small Illinois town have become a part of local lore and a puzzling chapter in American history. The true nature of what happened in Mattoon may never be fully understood, leaving the mad gasser as another American boogeyman.
Number 49.
The disappearance of Flight MH370, an airplane vanishing into thin air. 239 people just gone. On March 8, 2014, the world witnessed the inexplicable disappearance of Malaysia Airlines Flight 370, a Boeing 777 carrying 227 passengers and 12 crew members. The aircraft, en route from Kuala Lumpur to Beijing, vanished without a trace, sparking an international search that spanned from the Indian Ocean to Central Asia. The baffling loss of Flight 370 has since become one of the most captivating mysteries in aviation history. Flight 370 departed Kuala Lumpur at 12:41 a.m. local time, climbing to its cruising altitude of 35,000 feet by 1:01 a.m. The aircraft communication addressing and reporting system sent its last transmission at 1:07 a.m. before it was mysteriously turned off. At 1:19 a.m., the final voice communication from the crew was received. Moments later, at 1:21 a.m., the plane's transponder, which communicates with air traffic control, was switched off, just as the aircraft was entering Vietnamese airspace over the South China Sea. By 1:30 a.m., Malaysian military and civilian radars began tracking the aircraft as it made a sharp turn back towards Malaysia, flying southwest over the Malay Peninsula and northwest over the Strait of Malacca. At 2:22 a.m., the plane vanished from Malaysian military radar over the Andaman Sea. Yet, an Inmarsat satellite stationed over the Indian Ocean continued to receive hourly signals from Flight 370 until 8:11 a.m., marking its last known communication. Initial search efforts concentrated on the South China Sea. However, once it was determined that Flight 370 had changed course after the transponder was switched off, the focus shifted to the Strait of Malacca and the Andaman Sea. On March 15th, a week after the plane's disappearance, it was revealed that the Inmarsat satellite had received intermittent signals from the aircraft. While these signals did not provide an exact location, they indicated that the plane could be anywhere along two possible arcs, one stretching south into the Indian Ocean and another north across Asia. On March 24th, Malaysian Prime Minister Najib Razak announced that the analysis of the final signals by Inmarsat and the UK's Air Accidents Investigation Branch suggested the plane had crashed in a remote part of the Indian Ocean, approximately 1,500 miles southwest of Australia. Given the desolation of the area, the possibility of any survivors was deemed extremely unlikely. The search was significantly hampered by the remoteness of the crash site. In early April, an Australian ship detected several acoustic pings, potentially from the aircraft's flight recorder, around 1,200 miles northwest of Perth, Western Australia. These signals were last detected on April 8th, likely marking the end of the flight recorder's battery life. Subsequent searches using a robotic submarine yielded no debris, and it was later suggested that the pings could have been caused by a faulty cable in the acoustic equipment. The first piece of confirmed debris from Flight 370, a right-wing flaperon, was found on July 29, 2015, on the French island of Réunion, far from the initial search area. Over the following year and a half, 26 additional pieces of debris were discovered on the shores of Tanzania, Mozambique, South Africa, Madagascar, and Mauritius. 3 of these were definitively identified as coming from the missing aircraft, while 17 others were likely to have come from the plane. Damage to some of the debris pieces indicated the plane had not undergone a controlled descent, suggesting it might have plummeted into the ocean. The Malaysian government's final report in July 2018 concluded that mechanical malfunction was improbable and that manual inputs likely altered the flight path. But the reasons for these actions remain unknown. Theories about the disappearance range from catastrophic mechanical failure to deliberate pilot actions. Some speculated hijacking, but no terrorist group claimed responsibility. Investigations into the crew's backgrounds revealed nothing overtly suspicious, although some reports pointed to the pilot's home flight simulator, which had simulated a route over the southern Indian Ocean. This discovery fueled theories of a premeditated act by the pilot. Despite numerous investigations and extensive searches, the mystery of Flight 370 was never solved, leaving the ultimate fate of the plane and its 239 occupants unknown. A dark chapter in aviation history.
Number 48. The Lørenskog disappearance. Anne-Elisabeth Hagen was a prominent figure in the affluent community of Lørenskog, Norway. Born into a life of privilege, she was known for her philanthropic endeavors and her active involvement in local charitable causes. Anne-Elisabeth's husband, Tom Hagen, was a successful businessman with interests in real estate and energy, making the couple one of the most prominent and well-off in the area. Their marriage, which by all accounts seemed idyllic from the outside, hid tension beneath the surface. Reports eventually surfaced of financial disputes between Tom and Anne-Elisabeth, leading some to speculate that their relationship was not as harmonious as it appeared. On the morning of October 31st, 2018, Tom left for work, leaving Anne-Elisabeth alone in their home with their new puppy. A phone call between Anne-Elisabeth and a family member occurred at 9:14 a.m., shortly after Tom's departure. However, when a neighbor attempted to reach her at 9:48 a.m. regarding a previous arrangement, Anne-Elisabeth did not answer, an unusual occurrence. Tom returned home from work earlier than usual, around 1:30 p.m., only to discover a scene of disarray. Anne-Elisabeth's belongings were strewn about. A ransom note demanding $9 million in Monero cryptocurrency lay on the floor, and their puppy was confined to a room. The note threatened harm to Anne-Elisabeth and warned against contacting the police. Despite the risks outlined in the ransom note, Tom promptly contacted the authorities at 2:07 p.m., who quickly initiated a covert investigation due to threats against the family. Traces of Anne-Elisabeth's blood and a shoe print were discovered in the house, adding to the mystery surrounding her disappearance. However,
suspicions soon arose regarding the authenticity of the ransom demand. Investigators noted several inconsistencies in the note's language and structure, leading them to question whether it was indeed written by a professional criminal or someone closer to the home. This suspicion only deepened when it was revealed that the ransom demand was to be paid in Monero, a cryptocurrency known for its privacy features, suggesting a level of sophistication not typically associated with amateur kidnappers. As the investigation unfolded, attention turned to Tom Hagen himself, with some speculating that he may have orchestrated Anne-Elisabeth's disappearance as part of a complex financial scheme. Despite vehemently denying any involvement in his wife's disappearance, Tom became the subject of intense scrutiny from both law enforcement and the public. Over the ensuing months, Tom maintained a facade of normalcy, attending work while concealing his true feelings about Anne-Elisabeth's disappearance from friends and family. Meanwhile, investigators worked tirelessly behind the scenes, analyzing evidence and pursuing leads. In January 2019, the police released surveillance footage showing two unidentified individuals near Tom's workplace on the morning of the disappearance, suggesting possible accomplices. However, communication from the alleged kidnappers remained sporadic and cryptic, raising further questions about their motives and identities. Despite Tom's willingness to comply with the ransom demands, no evidence of Anne-Elisabeth's well-being was provided. The case took a grim turn in June 2019, when the police shifted their hypothesis, suspecting that Anne-Elisabeth had been murdered rather than kidnapped for financial gain. Yet, despite exhaustive efforts by the Norwegian police and international law enforcement agencies, Anne-Elisabeth's whereabouts remained elusive. Numerous leads were pursued, including reports of suspicious activity near the Hagen residence on the morning of her disappearance, and possible sightings of Anne-Elisabeth in the months that followed. However, none yielded definitive answers, leaving investigators no closer to unraveling the mystery. Today, the case of Anne-Elisabeth Hagen's disappearance continues to confound authorities and the public alike. Theories abound as to what may have befallen her, ranging from elaborate kidnapping plots to staged disappearances orchestrated by those closest to her. Yet, amidst the speculation and uncertainty, one thing remains clear: the truth behind Anne-Elisabeth's disappearance may never be learned, leaving her loved ones to grapple with the agonizing uncertainty of her fate.
Number 47.
The disappearance of Ettore Majorana. Ettore Majorana was once a name known only to those invested in theoretical physics, but he has since become a well-known figure to those invested in the mysterious and unexplained. Born in 1906 in Catania, Sicily, Majorana seemed destined for greatness in the realm of science. By his early 30s, he had already carved out a reputation as one of the brightest minds in physics, working on neutrino masses and unraveling the complexities of atomic spectroscopy. Yet it wasn't his scientific achievements that many remember, but his inexplicable disappearance in 1938. On March 25th of that year, Majorana purchased a ticket for a ship voyage from Palermo to Naples. It was a routine trip, or so it seemed. He was expected to return to his work at the University of Naples, where he had recently secured a position as a professor of theoretical physics. However, Majorana never completed the journey. Instead, he vanished into thin air. Majorana was not just another physicist. He was a genius in a league of his own. Enrico Fermi, one of the most influential physicists of the 20th century, once remarked, "There are several categories of scientists in the world, but then there are the geniuses, like Galileo and Newton. Majorana was one of these." Majorana's contributions to the field were profound and included the Majorana equation and the prediction of particles, later confirmed to exist, known as Majorana fermions. Despite his brilliance, Majorana was known for his modesty, often considering his groundbreaking work to be merely banal. As Majorana prepared for his ill-fated final journey, he left behind a letter addressed to Antonio Corelli, the director of the Naples Physics Institute. The note was somber and cryptic, suggesting a premeditated departure. Dear Corelli, I made the decision that has become unavoidable. There isn't a bit of selfishness in it, but I realize what trouble my sudden disappearance will cause you and the students. For this as well, I beg your forgiveness, but especially for betraying the trust, the sincere friendship, and the sympathy you gave me over the past months. Soon after, Majorana sent a telegram retracting his travel plans, yet proceeded to board the ship from Palermo anyway. He was never seen again. The note hinted at a profound internal struggle, with Majorana writing vaguely, I ask you to remember me to all those I learned to know and appreciate in your institute. I will keep a fond memory of them all, at least until 11 p.m. tonight, possibly later too. This note of finality deepened the mystery. Over the years, numerous theories have emerged to explain Majorana's disappearance. Some speculate that he took his own life, unable to cope with the immense pressure and expectations of his work. Others believe he may have chosen to disappear voluntarily, seeking solitude in a monastery or adopting a new identity in South America. Indeed, there were reports and supposed sightings of Majorana in Argentina and Venezuela in the years following World War II, but none were definitively confirmed. The intrigue surrounding Majorana's fate was further fueled by his work with prominent physicists like Werner Heisenberg and Niels Bohr, and his pivotal role in early nuclear research. Could his disappearance have been related to the nascent atomic bomb projects? Some even theorized kidnapping or murder to prevent his participation in atomic weapon development. The mystery was compounded by the fact that Majorana withdrew all his money from the bank shortly before his disappearance, suggesting a planned and deliberate act. In March 2011, the Rome Attorney's Office reopened the case, prompted by new witness statements and the discovery of a photograph taken in Argentina in 1955. Analysis of the photograph suggested a strong resemblance to Majorana, leading investigators to conclude that he might have lived in South America subsequent to his disappearance from Italy. By February 2015, the office declared the case officially closed, citing evidence that Majorana had been alive between 1955 and 1959, living in Valencia, Venezuela. They found no criminal evidence related to his disappearance, indicating it was likely a personal choice. Despite the official closure, the mystery of Ettore Majorana remains. His disappearance is not just a tale of a missing person, but a narrative of a brilliant mind grappling with the weight of genius, and perhaps an attempt to find peace in anonymity.
Number 46. Brian dos Santos. On a balmy afternoon in Fort Myers, Florida, Maria de Fatima Ramos dos Santos stood at a bus stop, cradling her 3-week-old son, Brian, in her arms. Beside her, waiting for the approaching bus, stood her friend. It seemed to be a normal day, until something completely unexpected unfolded. The scene was right out of a parent's worst nightmare.
A black SUV rumbled to a halt beside them, its windows tinted against the glare of the sun. From within emerged a Hispanic woman, her voice urgent as she sought directions to Pine Manor. Maria and her friend kindly tried to help her. It seemed a simple enough thing to do. And when the bus they were waiting for arrived, Maria and her friend boarded as normal. Little did they know, things weren't normal. The woman in the SUV trailed behind in pursuit. Once they departed the bus, Maria and her friend were greeted once again by the strange woman who seemed desperate. She even offered them money in exchange for guidance. All too trusting, Maria and her friend accepted the invitation, entering the SUV where they began to feel some apprehension. Their gut feeling was warranted. In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere shifted as the strange woman drew a knife and ordered Maria and her friend out of the vehicle. As the SUV sped away, Brian remained captive. Before departing, the kidnapper seized Maria's cell phone, leaving behind a cryptic message she left at a local business that said, "Go to Pine Manor. You go to Pine Manor, 11th Street. Oh, okay. But how long will it be before you get here? Because I have to take the girls back. Okay. I'll call you back. Okay. All right. Okay. Bye-bye." The kidnapper called this number twice, leaving investigators to believe she was familiar with it. As the investigation wore on, theories of human trafficking fueled speculation surrounding the search for Brian. In fact, 4 hours prior to Brian's abduction, the same woman in the SUV attempted the same scheme on a grandmother with her infant grandchild. When this attempt failed, she continued in pursuit of another victim. The motive of this kidnapper is still unknown. Was it kidnapping to raise the child as her own? Human trafficking? Detectives still do not know for sure. And 17 years on, Brian's fate remains unknown. Information about this missing person can be directed to Fort Myers Police Department, 239-321-7700. Number 45. The Setagaya Family Murders. In the quiet Tokyo suburb of Setagaya, the final days of the year 2000 held a chilling narrative that would etch itself into the history of Japan's most baffling unsolved crimes. The Setagaya family murder, a case that would challenge authorities despite the startling array of evidence left behind, left its mark on the area forever. The grim tale began on the night of December 30th. The Miyazawa family, residing in a rapidly changing neighborhood, lived a seemingly normal life. Mikio Miyazawa, 44, worked for a British marketing company. His wife, Yasuko, 41, was a tutor. They had 2 children, Nina, an 8-year-old second grader, and Ray, a 6-year-old kindergartner. The family's life appeared tranquil, but this facade of normality was brutally shattered just before the new year. On that fateful night, after 11 p.m., an unknown intruder silently infiltrated the Miyazawa home. The assailant's entry was believed to be through the second-floor bathroom window, as it was found open with the screen removed. The proximity of this window to Ray's bedroom led investigators to theorize that he was the first victim, strangled to death in his bunk bed. The intruder then unleashed a ferocious attack on the rest of the family. Mikio was found at the bottom of the stairs, having suffered multiple stab wounds from a dangerously sharp sashimi knife. The brutality of the assault was evident. Part of the knife's blade was discovered lodged in his head, indicating it had broken during the attack. Yasuko and Nina were found upstairs, the mother's body draped over her daughter's. Both had been viciously stabbed, the severity of the wounds leaving Yasuko's bones visible. The following morning, Yasuko's mother, who lived next door, discovered the harrowing scene. The killer had cut the phone line at some point surrounding the attack, so when Yasuko's mother was unable to contact her daughter, she entered the house, only to find an entire family brutally murdered. The perpetrator, dubbed the Goldilocks murderer due to his bizarre actions post-murder, exhibited unnerving behavior as he lingered in the home after his crimes. He indulged in ice cream from the Miyazawa's fridge and used their computer around 1:18 a.m. He even left behind an unflushed toilet containing feces that later provided dietary clues as well as DNA. The amount of evidence the killer left was staggering. Blood-stained clothes, including a blood-soaked baseball shirt, a gray crusher hat, a cheap plaid scarf, and a jacket remained in the home. The killer had also abandoned black gloves, 2 black handkerchiefs, one used as a makeshift mask, and a gray and black fanny pack. Shoe prints at the scene revealed he wore size 11 white running shoes, a South Korean brand not sold in Japan. According to evidence, the killer likely remained in the family's home until dawn. Forensic analysis painted a detailed picture of the killer. Approximately 5 feet 6 inches tall, slender, right-handed, with type A blood, and between 15 and 35 years old. He had consumed a meal containing string beans and sesame seeds before the attack. DNA suggested mixed Asian and European ancestry, leaning towards Korean or Chinese heritage. Despite the extensive evidence, including fingerprints, bloodstains, and the unmatched DNA, the killer's identity remained elusive. Theories ranged from a random home invasion to a targeted attack, but no concrete motive was ever established. Close to 250,000 yen was found to be left untouched at the scene, which further deepened the mystery. In the aftermath, the Miyazawa house, initially destined for demolition, became a silent witness to the tragedy. Police investigations have spanned over 2 decades, involving over 280,000 investigators and following more than 16,000 tips. Yet the case remains unsolved. The Miyazawa family murder, with its chilling blend of brutality and mystery, continues to haunt Japan. The killer's identity, motive, and current whereabouts remain unknown, leaving a dark shadow over the quiet suburb of Setagaya.
Number 44.
The disappearance of Russell Bowling. Russell Bowling, born to Christine and Roger Bowling on December 29, 1991, enjoyed a serene upbringing alongside his older brothers Andrew and Nigel in East Riding, Yorkshire, England. The family, well bonded and comfortably off, represented the quintessential upper-middle-class household. Post-education, Russell, who had a speech disorder, embarked on a bricklaying course at Bishop Burton College. Tragically, on March 2, 2010, the 18-year-old left his home and was never seen again. That morning, he departed for college dressed more formally than usual, in a black Ben Sherman jacket, blue jeans, and black sneakers. When he didn't return home by the evening, his parents alerted the authorities. On the day he vanished, a Bempton Cliffs Nature Reserve employee noticed Russell's car parked there late into the afternoon. The employee, seeing that Russell had bought a parking ticket at 11:30 a.m., assumed he was simply enjoying his visit and lingering in the preserve. Concern only arose the following day, when the car remained unmoved. Bempton Cliffs, located about a 45-minute drive from Russell's home, seemed an unlikely destination, given his car's limited fuel at the time of his departure and his scant bank balance of less than £10. Despite these constraints, there was no record of Russell refueling, prompting questions about how he reached the cliffs and whether he was accompanied. Further, upon examining his satellite navigation system, his parents discovered unexplained trips to Bradford, Bridlington, and York during the times he told his family he was attending college, leading to speculation about the purpose of these journeys and his mysterious visit to Bempton Cliffs. Bempton Cliffs, known for its natural beauty, also hosts a decommissioned RAF base, which was active during World War II until its shutdown in April 1972. Efforts were made to block public entry to its underground facilities post-closure, resulting in an eerie, abandoned site characterized by a derelict bungalow and a prominent chimney stack. Despite its dilapidated state, the site holds a mysterious allure, particularly due to the provocative and disturbing graffiti found in its tunnels, including explicit and satanic imagery, though the creators of these drawings remain anonymous. There have been rumors and online chatter about the site being used by a satanic cult for rituals in the past, but no concrete evidence supports these claims. It turned out that Russell, intrigued by the bunker's history and the rumored cult activities, had extensively researched the site and collected images related to it, which he kept on a memory stick that was always with him. Despite his family's belief that he had never visited the site, his disappearance raised questions about whether he had gone to explore the bunker that had long fascinated him. Considering Russell's speech disorder, there was concern that he might have been vulnerable to exploitation if he encountered someone with harmful intentions. The mystery deepened as the memory stick he carried, along with its unique images, was never recovered. As the search for Russell unfolded, his family's trust in the police waned, prompting them to finance a thorough search of the bunker nearly 2 years after his disappearance. Despite the concerted effort and the use of specialized equipment, no trace of Russell was found in the bunker. In the years following, despite the site being officially sealed, adventurous individuals have continued to access and explore the bunker, sharing new images of its bizarre and unsettling graffiti online. Before his disappearance, Russell was also performing searches online for the town of Ravenskar, where the family owned a holiday home. This led his parents to wonder if he had planned to visit Ravenskar. In August 2010, the discovery of human feet in the Humber estuary, near Bempton Cliffs, briefly raised the family's hopes for answers. One of the feet had a boot resembling one missing from Russell's belongings, which he was thought to have been wearing. Despite this, forensic tests showed no connection to Russell, deepening the mystery. Confusingly, a pair of Russell's sneakers, previously thought to be missing along with Russell himself, were later found at the Ravenskar holiday home, leading to more questions about his whereabouts or fate. Police developed a different theory based on a voice recording they found, interpreted as a farewell message from Russell, expressing feelings of inadequacy compared to his family and wishing for a countryside burial. This recording, made 3 years prior during a stressful exam period, was known to his parents, who believed Russell had moved past these feelings, especially since starting college. Bempton Cliffs is known as a site where people have tragically ended their lives, leading police to theorize that Russell might have chosen this fate. However, with no body found and his parents claiming that his spirits had improved since he started college, the true reason behind Russell's actions remains unclear. Russell Bowling was set to receive a considerable inheritance from his father, Roger, following a diagnosis of a degenerative brain disease. This inheritance included a house and £300,000, which Russell planned to use to start a business. Roger Bowling's revelation to his sons about his illness and his wish for a dignified end to his life could have deeply impacted Russell. The impending inheritance, meant to secure the future of their Bowling children, might have inadvertently led to stress or unintended consequences for Russell, considering his youth and the significant sum involved. On the day Russell vanished, his family suspected he didn't travel to Bempton Cliffs alone, given the small amount of fuel in his car and his limited finances. To validate their suspicions, Russell's parents replicated his journey with the same fuel level and concluded he must have received assistance to reach the destination, suggesting he met with someone there. The case took a dark turn when illegal images were discovered on the family's computers during the investigation into Russell's disappearance. Roger Bowling faced charges related to the possession of child exploitation images and bestiality content found across multiple devices in the family's home. Despite Rogers' claims that he was not responsible for downloading the material, his conviction led to a loss of public sympathy and sparked speculation about the family's dynamics and Russell's state of mind prior to his disappearance. An inquest held in December 2019 concluded that Russell likely died at sea, although it was unclear how he met his fate. The assistant coroner could not determine whether Russell's death was accidental, a result of an asthma attack, or if he had fallen from the cliffs. The lack of evidence left many questions unanswered, haunting the Bowling family with the unresolved details of Russell's last day. Despite the inquest's findings, the Bowling family remained convinced that someone else was involved in Russell's disappearance, suggesting that fear of repercussions might be preventing the individual from coming forward. The unresolved nature of the case and the absence of new leads continue to shroud Russell's fate in mystery, leaving his family and the public to speculate about what truly happened on March 2nd, 2010.
Number 43. Dave Kupa. Dave Kupa's world turned upside down when his phone began to buzz incessantly with a flood of messages from an obsessive stalker. "My favorite thing to do is stand outside and stare at you," read one message among dozens blowing up his phone. For 3 long years, Kupa endured an onslaught of tens of thousands of texts and emails from his tormentor, initially laced with obsessive jealousy and rage, before escalating into chilling threats. "I hate you so much that I want to drive a knife in your heart," one message seethed. Another vowed, "I will destroy your life and take your happiness." Despite changing his phone number numerous times, the messages persisted, leaving Kupa feeling like every moment of his life was being invaded. The sender, identified as Carrie Farver, was a woman Kupa had briefly dated in Omaha, Nebraska, but who he had not seen in a number of years. As the harassment intensified, Farver's digital presence haunted Kupa's every waking moment, while her physical location remained a mystery. The harassment eventually extended beyond Kupa to others in his life, including his ex-girlfriend, Amy Flora, and a former fling, Anne-Elisabeth Gollier. Gollier, who had briefly dated Kupa, suddenly found herself targeted by the same venomous messages Dave was receiving. At the same time, friends and family of Farver became alarmed, as very few of them had seen or heard from the woman in some time. But as the years passed and the harassment continued unabated, Detectives Ryan Avis and Jim Doughty of the Pottawatomie County Sheriff's Office took up the case, intrigued by Farver's disappearance and her targeted attack. Their investigation uncovered a chilling trail of evidence implicating a seemingly shocking suspect, Gollier, one of the supposed victims of the harassment campaign. Was Gollier the mastermind behind the torment? With meticulous digital forensics, they pieced together Gollier's elaborate scheme, revealing how she impersonated Farver online and orchestrated a campaign of terror from the shadows. Whereas it was previously thought that Farver had up and vanished, leaving friends and family behind in the midst of a mental health episode that also led her to harass and stalk her ex-lover, police began to believe that she had been murdered. As the detectives closed in on their suspect, Gollier's facade began to crumble. Confronted with the damning evidence against her, she spun a funhouse mirror of lies in a desperate attempt to evade justice. But truth is truth. In a stunning courtroom revelation, Gollier was found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison. Yet even behind bars, she clung to her claims of innocence, refusing to acknowledge the devastation she had wrought. For Kupa and Farver's loved ones, the verdict brought a measure of closure, some small amount of justice in the face of unspeakable tragedy. Farver remains a missing person. Information about her case can be directed to Pottawatomie County Sheriff's Office, 712-890
2221.
Number 42. The Burger Chef Murders. In the quaint town of Speedway, Indiana, nestled in the heartland of America, the Burger Chef restaurant was a stalwart of fast food convenience for locals and travelers alike. But on the evening of November 17, 1978, the familiar glow of its golden signage would be overshadowed by a darkness that would haunt the community for years to come. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the evening rush faded into the night, the Burger Chef was abuzz with activity. Inside, 4 young employees prepared to close up shop for the night. Assistant manager Jane Freed, a 20-year-old with dreams of a bright future, supervised the closing procedures with efficiency and poise. Alongside her were cooks Ruth Shelton, just 17 years old but already showing promise in the kitchen, and Daniel Davis, a 16-year-old with a penchant for flipping burgers with precision. Rounding out the team was Mark Flemons, a 16-year-old cashier known for his quick wit and easy smile. As the clock struck closing time, the team worked diligently to tidy up the restaurant and secure the building for the night ahead. With the last customer finally served and the doors locked behind them, they bid farewell to their coworkers and made their way out into the cool November air. Little did they know, it would be the last time they walked out of those doors. The following morning dawned with a sense of unease as the manager arrived at the Burger Chef to find the restaurant eerily quiet. Upon entering, his worst fears were confirmed. The cash register lay empty, the safe had been tampered with, and the personal belongings of the night shift employees remained untouched. Something was terribly wrong. Frantic, the manager called the police, who quickly descended upon the scene. What began as a routine investigation into a possible break-in soon spiraled into a nightmare when the authorities discovered that Jane, Ruth, Daniel, and Mark had not returned to their respective homes that night. With each passing hour, the sense of dread deepened. Friends and family members anxiously awaited news of their loved ones, their minds racing with terrifying possibilities. It wasn't long before search teams were dispatched to comb the surrounding area for any sign of the missing employees. Then, just when hope seemed all but lost, a grim discovery shattered the community's fragile peace. The bodies of Jane, Ruth, Daniel, and Mark were found in a remote wooded area, their lives brutally cut short in a senseless act of violence. The crime scene told a chilling story of terror and despair. Ruth and Daniel had been shot multiple times, their young lives snuffed out in an instant. Jane had been viciously stabbed, her dreams of a bright future extinguished in a moment of unfathomable cruelty. And Mark, the youngest among them, had been beaten to death, his body left battered and broken. Initial leads and theories ranged from a botched robbery to a personal vendetta, but inconsistencies and the lack of physical evidence stymied the investigation. Various suspects were considered, including known criminals and local troublemakers, but no conclusive evidence was ever found, and no one could be charged with the heinous crime. Over the years, numerous theories have emerged regarding who could have committed the Burger Chef murders. Some theories suggest the involvement of local drug rings or organized crime, while others believe that it was the work of a random assailant. Despite extensive investigations, including the re-examination of evidence and new interviews, the case remains unsolved. Today, the Burger Chef murders still haunt the town of Speedway. The case is revisited periodically by law enforcement,
with hopes that new technology or information will shed new light on the perpetrators. The families of the victims, along with the community, continue to seek closure and justice for the senseless loss of 4 young lives. The Burger Chef murders remain a cold case, but many still remember the night that forever changed a small town.
Number 41. The Dyfed Animal Killings. In the pastoral landscapes of Dyfed, Wales, a chilling mystery unfolds, reminiscent of dark folklore yet deeply rooted in grim reality. The serene Welsh countryside, dotted with farms and usually serene livestock, has become the backdrop for a series of unnerving animal attacks, sparking fears and theories that go beyond the ordinary. As the sun sets over the rolling hills and quiet farms, a sense of unease grows among the local farming community. The eerie silence of the night is broken by the discovery of livestock, mainly sheep, found brutally killed and mutilated. These are not typical predator attacks, which many farmers know and dread. The precision and nature of these killings suggests something more sinister. Farmers, accustomed to the ways of nature and the circle of life, find themselves grappling with the unusual horror of these acts. The animals, integral to their livelihoods and the bucolic harmony of Dyfed, are now victims of a seemingly inexplicable cruelty. The police, called to investigate, are equally baffled by the disturbing pattern that emerges. Farmers find the skins of sheep in their fields, with the rest of the animal nowhere in sight. Local authorities and communities are on high alert. Dyfed Powys police, delving into the cases, find themselves considering possibilities that stretch the boundaries of typical criminal investigations. Could these acts of violence against animals be a harbinger of something far more menacing? The theory, as unsettling as it is, cannot be ignored. History has shown that some serial killers begin their dark paths with acts of cruelty towards animals. The mystery deepens as each new attack offers few clues and no clear motives. Theories abound in hushed conversations among locals and in the corridors of law enforcement. Some suggest ritualistic activities, others point to a deranged individual taking pleasure in violence, and yet others fear the emergence of a future serial killer. The tranquil Welsh countryside, with its green fields and ancient hills, now harbors a dark secret. The Dyfed animal attacks, as they come to be known, are not just isolated incidents of animal cruelty. They are a chilling puzzle that the community and authorities desperately need to solve. With each passing day, the urgency grows to uncover the truth behind these attacks, for the safety of the community, and to bring justice for the innocent animals that have fallen victim to this mystery that baffles investigators. As investigations continue, Dyfed remains a landscape where the beauty of nature meets the shadow of an unseen and unsettling presence. The answers, when they come, may reveal more than just the identity of a perpetrator. They may expose the darkest corners of the human psyche. For now, the mystery of the Dyfed animal attacks lingers, a haunting reminder of the unknown that lies beneath the surface of rural tranquility. Number 40. The Dyatlov Pass Incident. In January of 1959, 10 hikers embarked on a challenging winter trek through Russia's Ural Mountains. Among them was Igor Dyatlov, a 23-year-old engineering student at the Ural Polytechnic Institute, and his peers, all seasoned hikers. 5 days into the journey, Yuri Yudin, one of the hikers, turned back due to a flare-up of sciatica, a decision that would ultimately save his life. The remaining 9 hikers pressed on, planning to send a message to their sports club upon completion of their trek. But when February 20th rolled around with no word from the group, a sense of dread began to creep over their friends and family. A search party was dispatched to find them. For weeks, they searched to no avail. But eventually, the search team stumbled upon a disturbing scene.
The first bodies were discovered scattered across the snow, some in various states of undress, others bearing mysterious injuries. One hiker was found with burns on his body and a piece of his own knuckle in his mouth, suggesting a moment of extreme desperation. As the search continued, more bodies were found further away, appearing to have been attempting to return to the tent. Months later, after the snow began to melt, the remaining 4 hikers were found in a ravine. Their injuries were even more inexplicable. One had a fractured skull, while 2 others suffered from crushed chests. Most chilling of all, a tongue and 2 pairs of eyes were missing. The initial investigation concluded that the hikers had died from a compelling natural force. But the bizarre nature of their injuries and the strange circumstances surrounding their deaths left room for wild speculation. Some believed the hikers fell victim to secret Soviet military tests. Others suggested a Yeti attack, or even an encounter with extraterrestrial beings. The discovery of trace amounts of radiation on some of the hikers' clothing further fueled suspicions of a governmental cover-up. Despite these theories, the most plausible explanation came decades later. In 2019, the Russian government reopened the case. Andrei Kuryakov, the lead prosecutor, proposed a slab avalanche theory. Unlike traditional avalanches, a slab avalanche involves a large, flat piece of snow shearing off and sliding down a slope. In 2021, researchers published a study supporting the slab avalanche theory. Using a mathematical model, they demonstrated that the weather conditions and terrain at Dyatlov Pass could indeed produce such an event. The theory suggests that the hikers, fearing a larger avalanche, slashed their tent from the inside and fled into the night, inadequately dressed for the freezing temperatures. Seeking refuge, they attempted to build a fire and dig a snow den. Those who managed to create the den likely suffered severe injuries when it collapsed. The missing eyes and tongue could theoretically be attributed to scavenging animals. While the slab avalanche theory offers a scientific explanation, it doesn't answer all the questions, and other experts remain cautious. Ethan Green, director of the Colorado Avalanche Information Center, acknowledged the theory's possibility, but questioned its likelihood. Others noted that slab avalanches typically occur on steeper slopes than Dyatlov Pass. Despite these doubts, the slab avalanche theory remains the most convincing explanation for the Dyatlov Pass incident. Yet, doubt remains.
Number 39. The disappearance of the Sauter children. 'Twas the night before Christmas in 1945, when George and Jenny Sauter and 9 of their 10 children went to bed, eager for Christmas morning to arrive. By 1 in the morning, their house was engulfed in flames. George, Jenny, and 4 of the children escaped, but the other half vanished in the smoke. George desperately attempted to find the 5 children still trapped inside, but the smoke was so heavy he couldn't see anything. He raced outside, thinking he could get in through a window upstairs with the ladder that was kept leaning against the house. But it was gone. Desperate, he planned to drive his coal trucks near the home to get to the windows that way. But neither truck would start, despite functioning perfectly the day prior. 5 children were trapped inside the inferno, and there was no way to save them. Meanwhile, Marion tried to phone the fire department at a neighbor's home, but there was no answer. Another neighbor also attempted to call, but again, no response. The neighbor took the initiative to track down Fire Chief F.J. Morris themselves, who began implementing the phone tree alarm system. Still, the firemen were too late. They did not show up until 8 a.m., by which time the Sauter home was totally destroyed, and the 5 children that were not accounted for were gone. George and Jenny assumed the children had perished in the fire, but strangely, no remains were found. Chief Morris theorized that the fire had been so hot that the bodies had been entirely cremated. Faulty wiring was cited by the state police inspector as the cause of the fire. Death certificates were issued by the coroner, citing fire or suffocation as the cause of death. Yet, the Sauters began to question things. George Sauter had lately had heated arguments within the Italian community in Fayetteville, particularly about Italian dictator Mussolini, to whom George was vehemently opposed. In recent months, strange occurrences had plagued the Sauter household. A passerby, who was a complete stranger, warned that their fuse boxes would cause a fire, despite recent inspections confirming their safety. An irate life insurance salesman threatened their home would burn and their children would perish because of George's anti-Mussolini remarks. A man was seen watching the children from a parked car. At 12:30 a.m. on Christmas morning, a strange phone call woke Jenny. An unfamiliar voice requested an unknown person, accompanied by laughter and the sound of clinking glasses. Jenny hung up, noticing the lights were still on downstairs. The curtains were open, and the front door remained unlocked. She turned off the lights, locked up, and went back to bed. She then heard a bang on the home's roof, and a noise like something was rolling. This was shortly followed by smoke seeping inside. Jenny questioned how there could be nothing left of her 5 children. Household appliances survived the fire. How had they withstood the blaze and nothing of her children? She conducted experiments with animal bones, burning them over and over, but always left with charred remains. A crematorium employee confirmed that when bodies are burned at 2,000 degrees for as long as 2 hours, bones still remain. The house fire lasted only 45 minutes before it was doused. A phone repairman later discovered the phone lines had not been burned, but rather cut. The lights in the home remained on during the blaze, despite the supposed electrical fire. A man was seen in the area with a block and tackle that could be utilized in the removal of car engines. Perhaps he disabled George's trucks. Near the home's ashes, the youngest child, Sylvia, who had escaped the blaze, discovered a strange rubber object, possibly a pineapple bomb. Could that have been what Jenny heard land and roll across the roof? In the following weeks and months, several sightings of the children were reported. A woman claimed she'd seen them in a car during the time the fire was burning. Another claimed to have served them breakfast the next morning. A hotel witness claimed to have seen them with Italian-looking adults a week later. The FBI was contacted, but couldn't intervene without local authorities' approval, which was denied. Private investigator C.C. Tinsley found that the insurance salesman who had made the threats towards George was on the coroner's jury. Fire Chief Morris reportedly found a heart in the ashes, later identified as beef liver. Rumors spread that he planted it to pacify the family.
The Sodders bought a billboard and offered a reward for information. In 1968, they received a photo of a man resembling Louis, one of the missing children, with a cryptic note. They hired a detective who vanished. George died in 1968, still seeking answers. Jenny wore black until her death in 1989, maintaining hope. Sylvia, who was only 3 when this all began, continued to engage with crime sleuths online until her death in 2021, still seeking closure for the mystery that began on that fateful Christmas morning. Unfortunately, this is one mystery that may never be solved.
Number 38.
Amber Tuero. In the quiet moments of her day, Vivian Tuero is haunted by the memory of her daughter, Amber, who fell victim to a mysterious crime when she was just 20 years old. Amber's disappearance tore a hole in her family's lives, leaving behind a devastating scar. Amber had been a mother herself, leaving behind her son, Jacob, who was just a baby when his mother vanished. It was August 18th, 2010, when she was last seen in Nisku, Alberta, just outside of Edmonton. She had arrived with Jacob and a friend, planning to stay in the area for a few days. But Amber's excitement had led her to hitchhike into the city that very night, a heartbreaking decision that would change everything. She was last seen getting into a vehicle driven by an unknown man. When she failed to return, panic set in. Her friend called Vivian, who then reached out to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Weeks passed, and still there was no sign of Amber. Then, on August 28, 2012, a glimmer of hope, as the RCMP released a chilling recording of a conversation Amber had with the unidentified man, recorded after she had dialed emergency services. In the call, Amber is heard asking the man where he's taking her. She seems suspicious that he's lying to her, as they're headed on a gravel back road instead of into the city. She says, "You'd better not be taking me anywhere I don't want to go." In the final moments of the call, the man claims he is taking her to 50th Street, and she seems to accept this. The call ends. The release of this phone call was a desperate plea for answers, for any clue that could lead police to Amber. But answers never came, and on September 1st, 2012, just days after the audio was released, Amber's remains were found on a rural property near Leduc County. The discovery only deepened the mystery surrounding her disappearance, leaving Vivian to grapple with the identity of that unknown driver, the male voice on Amber's final phone call. The way the case was handled left Vivian feeling betrayed and abandoned. According to Vivian, the police had dismissed her concerns, downplaying Amber's disappearance and even removing her from the missing persons list after just 1 month. To Vivian, the dismissal of her daughter's case was just the latest in a long history of neglect surrounding the cases of missing and murdered Indigenous women in Canada and across the United States. Vivian fought tooth and nail to keep her daughter's memory alive, filing complaints, speaking out against the injustices she had faced. Like many cases of missing Indigenous women, the investigation surrounding Amber's case seemed to be deficient. Vivian traveled to Ottawa, joined by countless families who shared her pain and her outrage after losing loved ones themselves. Together, they demanded justice, a recognition of the lives that had been lost and the voices that had been silenced. In the face of unimaginable loss, Vivian remains a voice for the voiceless, and 13 years on, she continues to solicit tips on Amber's killer from the public. Any information about the murder can be directed to the Leduc RCMP detachment at 780-980-7267.
Number 37.
The Salish Sea foot discoveries. August 20th, 2007 was a typical hot summer day. A family vacationing from Washington was exploring the serene environment of Jedediah Island in British Columbia, Canada. The peace of the day was shattered when their 12-year-old daughter stumbled upon a chilling discovery: an Adidas shoe, size 12, eerily resting on the shore, containing a human foot. This macabre find marked the beginning of a series of similarly gruesome discoveries that would puzzle and terrify the inhabitants of the Pacific Northwest for years to come. Within less than a week, the tranquility of another island, Gabriola, located 86 kilometers south of Jedediah, was disturbed by a similar grim find. A couple hiking on the island found a Reebok trainer, 12 inches in size, dragged ashore, likely by animals, with remnants of another severed foot inside. The local police, already perplexed by the Jedediah Island case, were confronted with a scenario that seemed beyond belief. Gary Cox of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police expressed the community's disbelief and growing horror as he addressed the media, stating the improbability of one such discovery, let alone two. As 2008 dawned, the mystery only deepened. More feet, encased in shoes, began to wash up along the shores of the Salish Sea. Each discovery brought with it a new wave of speculation and fear. Was a serial killer discarding their victims into the sea? The public imagination ran wild with theories ranging from tragic accidents to nefarious criminal activities. By February 8, 2008, the unsettling pattern continued as two matching feet were discovered on Valdez Island, suggesting a single unfortunate soul's remains being gradually revealed by the tide. The community's anxiety was palpable as the once peaceful coastal regions became the backdrop for a macabre mystery. The situation continued to escalate as more feet were found, each still encased in shoes and each an artifact of a life that had been lost in some unknown tragedy. Investigators faced a daunting task as they attempted to piece together the scant evidence provided by the washed-up remains. Prevailing theories fluctuated wildly, from victims of a plane crash or boating accident to the sinister works of drug cartels. Yet, as forensic analysis progressed, a pattern began to emerge. Many of the feet appeared to have detached naturally from their bodies due to the marine environment's relentless forces. This revelation provided little comfort, however, as it suggested the bodies of the deceased were still adrift, lost to the depths. They were carried to shore in the shoes that the deceased were wearing due to the buoyancy of the running shoes, which could float long distances compared to other articles of clothing. The narrative took on new dimensions as each new find seemed to deepen the mystery rather than clarify it. The case took on a life of its own, with the media and public alike captivated by the eerie phenomena. Many believed the feet were likely from victims of a 2005 plane crash, but not all of them matched the descriptions of the victims of that accident. Authorities worked tirelessly to identify the remains, hoping to be able to reach out to the family members of the deceased with closure about missing loved ones. Over time, a few victims were identified, painting a tragic picture of individuals who had met untimely ends through various misfortunes. One theory was particularly popular posited the involvement of a serial killer. This line of thought was driven by the macabre nature of the findings. Severed feet washing ashore seemed like something out of a horror story. However, this theory began to wane as investigations progressed. Forensic analysis revealed no signs of tool marks or foul play on the severed limbs, suggesting that these were not the results of criminal acts, but rather of natural decomposition. The possibility of or intentional disappearances also emerged as a significant theory. It was thought that some of the feet might belong to individuals who had tragically chosen to end their lives, or who had accidentally fallen into the sea. This theory was supported by the identification of some of the remains, which matched missing persons known to have been struggling with mental health issues or personal crises. Some of the deceased may have also fallen victim to boating accidents or been swept away in strong currents, only for their partial remains to be buoyed back to shore along the same tides that pulled them out to sea. A more far-fetched theory linked some of the unidentified feet to the aftermath of the 2004 Asian tsunami. Proponents of this theory argue that the feet could belong to some of the tsunami's unidentified victims, carried across the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean to the shores of the Salish Sea. This theory was bolstered by the fact that some of the shoes found with the feet were models sold or manufactured before 2004. However, ocean currents and timelines made this theory less plausible, as did the identification of several feet belonging to individuals local to the British Columbia area. The phenomena of the Salish Sea feet, while no longer shrouded in the same intense mystery as when they were first discovered, remains puzzling to many investigators. Theories and investigations continue to evolve, with advancements in forensic science offering new pathways to understanding. Many of the feet remain unidentified, and families whose loved ones they belong to still have no closure around their loved one's ultimate fate. The story of the Salish Sea feet continues to fascinate the public and make headlines to this day. Number 36. The Lead Masks Case. On August 20th, 1966, a young boy flying his kite made a startling discovery on Vintém Hill near Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. There on that hillside were two men, later identified as Manuel Pereira de Cruz and Miguel José Viana, lying dead, dressed in suits and raincoats. What made the scene particularly eerie were the thick lead masks covering their eyes. The police investigation began a day later, though it was hindered by the remote location. Investigators found a series of perplexing items: a cryptic note with instructions about taking capsules at specific times, a water bottle, and two wet towels. The men, identified as electronic technicians from Campos dos Goytacases, had left their hometown 3 days prior, supposedly to buy equipment for work. Their last sighting was in a bar, where witnesses described the pair as seeming anxious and their behavior as strange. Autopsies provided no clear cause of death, and no signs of violence were reported. Because of a delay in the investigation, reliable toxicology tests could not be conducted. Investigators began to look closer at the note, which referred to the consumption of mysterious capsules, and determined that the handwriting could be matched to neither of the deceased men. Over the years, various theories have emerged. One theory suggests they were involved in an illegal trade of radioactive materials and were murdered, leaving their bodies in a confusing state. Lead can help protect the human body against radiation, although no radiation was detected at the site or on the men's remains. Another theory, popular among UFO enthusiasts, proposes that they were following alien instructions, using the capsules and masks for protection against UFO radiation. However, a more credible explanation came from a friend who revealed that they were part of a scientific spiritualist group. The group, comprised largely of electronics experts, was known for conducting experimental activities. 2 months prior to their deaths, the deceased men had supposedly attempted to contact Mars using a homemade device. Further investigation into Miguel's workshop revealed tools and lead remnants used for making the eye shields. A book found there contained passages about intense luminosity, possibly explaining their reason for utilizing the masks. The prevalent use of psychedelic drugs at the time suggests that they might have died from a drug-induced experience. This theory offers a plausible explanation for their mysterious end on Vintém Hill, though the case remains unsolved and continues to intrigue. Number 35. Brandon Swanson. As the last day of classes wound down at the Minnesota West Community and Technical College, Brandon Swanson, a 19-year-old freshman, was looking forward to the freedom of summer alongside his friends. But before long, Brandon found himself in a predicament. He phoned his parents, Annette and Brian Swanson, shortly after midnight on May 14, 2008, explaining that he had veered off the road while driving in Lind, Minnesota, crashing his car into a ditch. Concerned, his parents set out in their pickup truck on a late-night rescue mission, guided by Brandon's instructions over the phone. He was absolutely positive he knew where he was, Brian recalled. Yet, upon their arrival at the designated spots, their hearts sank as they found no trace of Brandon or his car. Flashing their truck's lights in an attempt to signal him, they searched futilely as Brandon let them know that he was flashing his own in response. "Don't you see me?" he asked through the phone. They saw nothing, and Brandon's whereabouts remained a mystery as the night stretched on. Believing he saw the lights of a nearby town, Brandon kept in touch via phone, traversing fields and fences in the area as he continued to attempt to guide his parents to his approximate location. 47 minutes into this journey, his parents heard what would be his last words through the phone. He shouted an expletive and then suddenly went silent. The call dropped, and further calls his parents made to him went straight to voicemail. As dawn broke, Annette made the agonizing decision to contact the authorities. At first, police allegedly dismissed the report, saying that going off to spend some time away from family was normal young adult behavior after finishing exams, despite the mysterious and concerning circumstances. Eventually, however, police officers joined the frantic search for Brandon. They were able to ping his cell phone, which was still functioning, and triangulated the location of his last call. It was 20 miles from where Brandon had told his parents that he believed he was. Still, their efforts yielded no clues as to his physical whereabouts. Eventually, Brandon's vehicle was found after police started searching the area of that final phone call. In a remote corner of Porter, Minnesota, Brandon's car stood abandoned, leaving only more questions as to what happened to its driver. Investigators combed the scene for clues, but found nothing of substance. And as weeks became months, the trail grew cold. The Swansons refused to give up, and in their continued pursuit of the truth, Brandon's law was passed by state officials in 2009. The law requires police investigations of any missing person to be initiated promptly, regardless of their age. Although it's still a mystery what happened to Brandon Swanson, it has been proposed that he may have fallen into the Yellow Medicine River and drowned. But that's just one theory. Foul play hasn't been ruled out either. Neither his remains, his phone, nor his keys have ever been found. Information about this missing person can be directed to BCA at 651-793-7000. Number 34. The mysterious death of Zigman Adamski. In the quiet village of Tingley, near Wakefield, Yorkshire, the summer of 1980 was punctuated by a chilling event that continues to baffle investigators and spark theories of the paranormal to this day. Zigman Adamski, a 56-year-old miner, vanished without a trace one June afternoon, having left his home to run a simple errand. His sudden disappearance sent the tight-knit community into shock and baffled his colleagues at Lofthouse Colliery. 5 days later, the mystery deepened when a grim discovery was made. Zigman's lifeless body was found atop a pile of coal in a Todmorden coal yard, 20 miles from his home. Dressed in a suit, but missing his shirt, watch, and wallet, his body bore strange burns on the head, neck, and shoulders. The circumstances surrounding his death puzzled authorities and residents alike. The coroner who examined Zigman's body described the case as the most perplexing of his career. Despite being missing for 5 days, and although the body appeared to have died very recently, Zigman's beard growth suggested he had only been gone for 1. His hair was also cut strangely and roughly. Even more mysterious was the unknown ointment applied to his burns, which could not be identified by forensic scientists. No hospital had any record of treating Zigman during his disappearance, leaving investigators with more questions than answers. Before long, whispers of extraterrestrial involvement began to circulate. Some theorized that in a case of mistaken identity, they had abducted the Yorkshire miner. This theory gained traction when Alan Godfrey, the policeman who found Zigman's body, had his own bizarre encounter. 6 months after the discovery, Godfrey was on duty in Todmorden early one morning when he claimed to have seen an unidentified flying object, a sighting that to some must have been related to Zigman's mysterious death. This sighting led Godfrey to leave the police force. In the 2 decades following these events, the Pennine Hills around Todmorden have become known as Britain's UFO hotspot, with numerous reported sightings. The enigmatic death of Zigman Adamski continues to fascinate and unsettle. For those like Alan Godfrey, who witnessed the unexplainable, the possibility of extraterrestrial involvement remains a plausible, if unsettling, reality.
Number 33.
The Yuba County Five. The Yuba County Five, often referred to as America's Dyatlov Pass incident, involves the mysterious disappearance and eventual deaths of 5 men in Yuba County, California, in February 1978. The group comprised Gary Mathias, Jack Hewitt, Jack Madruga, Tom Weiher, and Bill Sterling, who had all planned to attend a college basketball game in Chico, California on the evening of February 24, 1978. The events leading up to their disappearance were ordinary. The men, all friends with special needs who enjoyed sports and often spent time together, were excited about the basketball game. They drove from Yuba City to Chico in Madruga's Mercury Montego. After the game, they stopped at a local market for snacks, which was the last time they were seen alive. When they did not return home, families began to worry and eventually reported them missing. The search initially yielded few results, until their car was found abandoned on a mountain road in the Plumas National Forest, far from their expected route home. The car was stuck in the snow, but not seriously, and still had gas in the tank, leading investigators to question why the men had abandoned it. The alarm was raised by their families the next day when they failed to return home. The initial investigation into the disappearance was hampered by harsh winter conditions. It wasn't until the snow melted in spring that searchers discovered the bodies. Ted Weiher's body was found inside a Forest Service trailer at a campsite about 19 miles from the car. Despite a nearby storage shed full of food and a heating source in the trailer, Weiher died of hypothermia and starvation. The bodies of Madruga, Sterling, and Hewitt were discovered at varying distances from the trailer, also dead from hypothermia. The body of Gary Mathias, who had a history of mental health issues and was under medication, has never been found. Theories about their disappearance have varied widely. Some speculate that they may have been forced up the mountain by foul play, while others suggest they could have been disoriented, perhaps by carbon monoxide poisoning from the car's exhaust, a theory supported by the way the car was found. Another theory suggests Mathias, due to his mental health issues, might have led the group astray. There's also speculation about whether they were following or meeting someone, as their presence so far off their planned route remains unexplained. No theory fully explains why the men left the safety of the car, how they made their way to the remote trailer, or why they failed to use the available resources to survive. The case is further complicated by reported sightings of the men after they were supposed to have disappeared, and the mystery that remains regarding Matthias, as he is the only one whose body was never recovered. Today, the case remains as perplexing as ever. No definitive conclusions have been reached, and the Yuba County 5 case remains one of the most baffling unsolved mysteries in American history. Theories continue to circulate, but without new evidence, the truth about what happened to these 5 men in the winter of 1978 may never be known.
Number 32. Voynich Manuscript. The Voynich Manuscript, a secret that has remained unsolved since medieval times, remains one of the most famous and most perplexing puzzles in the history of linguistics and cryptography. Discovered in 1912 by Wilfrid Voynich, a dealer of antique books, this mysterious codex bears his name, but keeps its true origins and authorship veiled in secrecy. Carbon dated to the 15th or 16th century, the manuscript's pages are adorned with intricate illustrations with astronomical, botanical, and anatomical themes, all accompanied by an indecipherable script. This script, now referred to as Voynichese, may be the manuscript's most mysterious feature. Composed of a complex array of characters that mimic the appearance of a written language, it has resisted all efforts at interpretation, fueling speculations that it could be anything, ranging from an elaborate hoax to a lost language of antiquity. Countless hours have been invested by linguists, cryptographers, and codebreakers in effort to unravel the mysteries of Voynichese. Some propose linguistic structures and syntax, while others consider it a fabricated script meant to conceal the true information contained within. Despite extensive endeavors, the script's essence remains an elusive linguistic Gordian knot. The manuscript bursts with detailed depictions of plants, celestial bodies, and female figures, rendered with precision and an apparently robust understanding of the natural world. The botanical section is believed by many to be a compendium of herbal knowledge, detailing the properties and uses of various plants. However, this interpretation remains speculative, as the plants depicted are still unidentifiable. Over time, diverse theories have emerged about the manuscript's purpose and content. Some view it as an alchemical or early scientific text, while others suggest it might be a manual for a forgotten ancient language. More mystical theories propose connections to extraterrestrial knowledge or otherworldly intelligence. Theories about the manuscript range from the plausible to the fantastical, each offering a unique perspective on what this secretive book might represent. One prominent theory suggests that the manuscript contains early medical knowledge. This hypothesis is supported by the detailed botanical and anatomical illustrations, which some believe could represent medicinal plants and studies of human biology. Proponents of this theory argue that the manuscript may have been a compendium of knowledge from an unknown healer or scientist, who took it upon themselves to document herbal remedies and medical practices that were lost to history or even ahead of their time. Another theory posits that the manuscript is alchemical in nature. The strange symbols and diagrams are thought by some to be encoded recipes or processes related to alchemy. The intricate nature of the drawings, particularly those depicting celestial bodies and what could be interpreted as chemical apparatus, lend some credence to this view. This theory is bolstered by the fact that the 15th and 16th centuries were a time when alchemy was widely practiced in Europe. A more esoteric theory suggests that the manuscript could be a work of philosophical or religious symbolism. The bizarre, dreamlike illustrations and the unknown script might represent a form of mystical or even magical knowledge, possibly linked to a secret cult or a mysterious sect. Proponents of this theory often refer to the manuscript's mysterious origins
and the possibility that it was meant to be understood only by a select few initiated into its secrets. There are also theories that delve into the realm of the extraordinary. Some suggest that the manuscript could be a documentation of extraterrestrial or otherwise inhuman knowledge. Arguments for this particularly outlandish hypothesis are usually based on the manuscript's inexplicable content, and the argument that some of the plant and astronomical illustrations do not correspond to any known species or celestial configurations on Earth. Lastly, there is the theory that the Voynich manuscript is an elaborate hoax. This perspective argues that the manuscript was created intentionally to baffle and confuse, possibly for financial gain, or as a form of intellectual amusement. Supporters of this theory point to the manuscript's inexplicable script and unidentifiable illustrations as evidence of a deliberate attempt to create an unsolvable mystery. The Voynich manuscript continues to captivate scholars, enthusiasts, and the curious alike. Its enduring mystery stands as a testament to the vast expanse of human knowledge and our relentless quest to unravel historical mysteries. It invites exploration into the unknown and reminds us of the myriad mysteries that still await discovery in our world. This artifact from another time, with its elaborate illustrations and cryptic script, continues to defy understanding. As we leaf through its pages, we are tantalized by the prospect that within its cryptic content lies a message awaiting revelation, a key to a long-lost chapter of human knowledge. Number 31. The Lead Coffins of Arthur's Seat. In the summer of 1836, a most peculiar discovery was made on the slopes of Arthur's Seat, a prominent hill that towers over the city of Edinburgh. The day began innocuously enough when a group of young boys, seeking adventure, stumbled upon a small cave hidden within the crags. Inside, they uncovered something unexpected and chilling. 17 tiny coffins, each meticulously crafted and eerily adorned. The coffins, carved from wood and each measuring only a few inches in length, were arranged in 3 tiers within the cave. Each contained a miniature figure, dressed in custom-tailored clothing, which lay within as if in a state of eternal rest. The careful craftsmanship suggested a purposeful and solemn intention behind their creation and placement, igniting immediate speculation and mystery around their origin and meaning. Theories circulated as to the purpose and origin of these miniature coffins. Some posited they were part of a dark and sinister ritual conducted by a cult or even witches. Others speculated they were keepsakes to memorialize the dead, perhaps created in the image of loved ones lost at sea, as families of sailors often did not have a grave to visit. Yet another theory linked them to the infamous Burke and Hare murders, which had taken place locally less than a decade before, with proponents of the theory suggesting that the coffins might be effigies for the victims of the notorious killers, a tangible representation of lives snatched away and unavenged. As the news of the discovery spread, the coffins quickly became enshrined in local lore. Edinburgh, with its dark past and Gothic architecture, provided the perfect backdrop for such a mysterious find, and speculation and debate about the coffins has run rampant in the city. In the years following their discovery, the coffins seemed to raise more questions than answers. Was there significance to the number or the way they were arranged? The craftsmanship pointed to considerable time and effort spent on each figure. Who would dedicate so much care to such macabre artifacts, and why? As time passed, many of the original coffins were lost or destroyed, leaving only 8, which now reside in the collections of the National Museum of Scotland. These surviving pieces continue to be objects of fascination and study, offering tantalizing clues, yet withholding their full story. Modern forensic and historical research has shed light on some aspects of the coffins, suggesting that they were created around the time of the Burke and Hare murders, which took place in 1828. Yet all that has been found only deepened the mystery, rather than dispel it. The lead coffins of Arthur's Seat remain one of Edinburgh's most enduring riddles. Are they memorials to lost souls, tokens of witchcraft, or relics from a forgotten crime? The true purpose and origin of these miniature coffins may never be fully understood, and this captivating puzzle from the past continues to enthrall historians and amateur enthusiasts alike.
Number 30.
Dale Williams, a family outing on a lazy Sunday in Montrose County, Colorado, took a chilling turn on July 4th, 1999. The family noticed a pickup truck submerged in the waters of the lake they were swimming in. Immediately uneasy, they contacted the sheriff's department, not knowing that they would be the first to report what would become the foundations of a complex mystery. The truck belonged to Dale Williams, a pillar of the community and a devoted family man. Dale had vanished without a trace 6 weeks prior, leaving behind many unanswered questions. His absence left the tight-knit town of Nukla, where he owned and operated an auto body shop, reeling. On the night of his disappearance, Dale failed to return home for dinner, which was unlike him. As his wife, Diana, grew more and more anxious, the hours ticked by. When Dale had not returned home by morning, Diana knew something was gravely wrong and began searching for her husband. The first stop was his body shop, where she found things left as if he'd just walked out. The door unlocked, a van with the hood up, tools laying about. As investigators pieced together the puzzle of Dale's last known whereabouts, disturbing details emerged. Dale's last encounter with a family friend, Tammy Lawrence, ended in an abrupt departure, which strayed from his usual routine. He said he was on his way to help a stranded motorist, but to Tammy, he seemed uneasy. Pastor Tom Ross, a trusted friend, recounted Dale's final moments at the auto body shop, where a cryptic phone call added to the mystery. Ross recalled Dale saying the caller had broken down about 3/4 of a mile east of the Bedrock, Colorado store. Dale's friends thought it strange that he'd be called for roadside assistance, since Dale was not a mechanic, but he seemed determined to help the stranded motorist. The identity of this caller, perhaps the last person to have seen Dale alive, has never been uncovered. In the aftermath of Dale's disappearance, the community rallied behind his family in an effort to help find him, their efforts hampered by a series of inexplicable events. Missing posters, plastered across town, vanished without a trace, their disappearance fueling speculation. A surveillance camera captured the image of a shadowy figure, tearing down the flyers with seemingly malicious intent. The man turned out to be a former friend of the couple. His connection to Dale and Diana raised a number of questions. Yet despite their suspicions and his strange behavior, authorities struggled to find concrete evidence linking him to Dale's disappearance. But for Diana, the pieces of the puzzle began to come together. A past altercation with the former friend emerged as a possible motive for Dale's disappearance. Resentment and betrayal. Dale and Diana had helped the man's ex-wife move to another state without his knowledge. Could this be motive enough for murder? Possibly. Underscoring this theory was a strange message delivered to Dale's shop a month after helping the ex-wife move, in the form of torn-up photos of Dale and Diana with their now-divorced friends, along with numerous .22 caliber rounds. And not long after, a .22 caliber revolver was delivered into the Dropbox of the video store Diana worked at. As the question of Dale's fate loomed over Montrose County, Diana clung to some small hope. Yet with no further leads or evidence, authorities have not been able to charge anyone with Dale's disappearance, and his remains have not been found. Information about this missing person can be directed to Montrose County Sheriff's Office at 970-249-0000. 911-9110 or Montrose Regional Crime Stoppers at 970-249-8500.
Number 29.
The disappearance of the Jamieson family. The odd case of the Jamieson family has dredged up countless questions since their disappearance on October 8, 2009. This case has sparked some of the most twisted theories in true crime. The family, 44-year-old Bobby Dale, 40-year-old Sherilyn Leanne, and their 6-year-old daughter, Madison Stormy Starr, vanished under mysterious circumstances from their home in Eufaula, Oklahoma. The last known sighting of the family was by a resident living in the mountainous region of southeastern Oklahoma. The family was reportedly in the area to view land they were considering buying. 8 days after they were last spotted, hunters discovered the Jamiesons' truck abandoned in a secluded wooded area. Inside the locked vehicle, investigators found a GPS, Sherilyn's purse, Bobby's wallet and cell phone, jackets, $32,000 in cash, and their malnourished pet dog. On the cell phone was a picture of Madison, likely captured the day before they vanished. Strangely enough, it did not appear that the vehicle had been broken into. There were no signs of struggle evident in the area. The truck's GPS suggested the family had made it a ways up a hill a short distance from where the vehicle was found. Following the digital trail, investigators discovered footprints. The next day, a search party of over 300 people combed the area, but yielded no new leads, and eventually the search was called off. 4 years passed, and still no answers, until hunters in the area came across the skeletal remains of 2 adults and a child in the woods under 3 miles from the Jamiesons' last known location. The remains were later positively identified as those of the Jamieson family. The cause of death could not be determined because of the incomplete nature of the remains and the advanced state of decomposition. According to the state medical examiner, there was no clear evidence of trauma. The examiner's final report deemed the deaths suspicious. The investigation also highlighted 2 items that were never located: a briefcase and Sherilyn's .22 caliber handgun. When they disappeared, neither Bobby nor Sherilyn was working due to disabilities. The source of the $32,000 found in the truck remains unknown and unexplained. Security footage from the day the family left their home added another layer to the mystery. The video showed Bobby and Sherilyn making multiple trips between their car and house in silence while packing to leave. Former Sheriff Israel Beauchamp called their actions trance-like. Even stranger, before they vanished, Bobby confided in his pastor, claiming his house was haunted. He insisted that 2 to 4 ghosts lingered under his roof. Several theories have emerged to explain the Jamiesons' disappearance and deaths. Some believe the family became lost or disoriented in the woods and eventually succumbed to hypothermia. However, weather records indicate temperatures were not severe, and their remains were discovered only a short distance from their vehicle. A strange letter from Sherilyn to Bobby, found in the abandoned truck, led to speculation of a possible murder. The letter, described as a hate letter, accused Bobby of being a hermit. A second letter mentioning death was found in their home. Some suggest there was a cult involvement. Sherilyn's mother believes this theory, as after a TV special on the case, a woman claimed a white supremacy group had a hit list that included Sherilyn. Additionally, a witch Bible was found in the Jameson home, though it was reportedly bought as a joke. Others suggest drugs may have been involved, which might explain the Jamesons' strange behavior and the large sum of money. However, no concrete evidence of drug use or dealing was found. The Jameson family's case remains unsolved, with many possible explanations, but no definitive answers. Sheriff Beauchamp summed up the perplexing nature of the case, stating, "With this family, everything seems possible."
Number 28. Mary Celeste. The final voyage of the Mary Celeste, which culminated in one of the most baffling mysteries in maritime history, began with rather mundane intentions. This American brigantine, under the command of Captain Benjamin Briggs, set sail from New York on November 7, 1872, destined for Genoa, Italy. The ship's primary mission was the transportation of a substantial cargo, consisting of 1,701 barrels of denatured alcohol. This cargo was intended for industrial use, a common and unremarkable shipment for the time. Captain Briggs was a seasoned and respected mariner, known for his discipline and experience. Accompanying him on this voyage were his wife, Sarah, and their 2-year-old daughter, Sophia. The crew was composed of 7 carefully selected men, known for their competence and reliability. The journey began as any other, with no indication of the eerie fate that awaited. However, the ordinary nature of this voyage was dramatically upended when, on December 4, 1872, the Mary Celeste was discovered adrift in the Atlantic Ocean, near the Azores. This discovery was made by a British brigantine vessel known as the Dea Gratia. What the crew of the Dea Gratia found was deeply unsettling and perplexing. The Mary Celeste was not only unmanned, but it also appeared to have been hastily abandoned. Despite not having a soul aboard, the Mary Celeste was largely intact. The ship was still seaworthy, and its cargo of alcohol was almost entirely undisturbed. The ship's lifeboat was missing, suggesting a hurried evacuation. Furthermore, the personal belongings of Captain Briggs, his family, and the crew were found exactly where they would be expected in everyday life, indicating that whatever prompted the vessel's abandonment occurred abruptly, giving no chance for the passengers to grab valuables or sentimental items. The ship's logbook, a crucial piece of any maritime investigation, offered no immediate answers. The last entry was made on November 5th, nearly 10 days before the ship was found. This entry revealed nothing unusual and gave no indication of any impending disaster or reason for abandonment. Food and water sufficient for 6 months were still on board, and there were no signs of violence or struggle. The state of the ship added to the mystery. The sails were partially set, but in poor condition, and there was a significant amount of water in the ship's bottom, although not enough to pose a serious threat. The ship's compass was destroyed, and its sextant and marine chronometer were missing, suggesting that navigation tools might have been hastily gathered in preparation for evacuation. The abandonment of a seaworthy ship, well-stocked and undamaged, in good weather, and without any clear sign of trouble, was unprecedented. The discovery of the Mary Celeste has given rise to a spectrum of theories, each attempting to solve the riddle of its abandonment. One prevalent idea is that the crew and passengers may have succumbed to panic due to a perceived danger. Perhaps a minor explosion or a leak from the alcohol cargo created fumes, sparking fears of an imminent larger explosion. In a state of alarm, they might have hastily embarked on the lifeboat, later tragically succumbing to the vastness of the sea. Another hypothesis considers the impact of natural phenomena, such as a waterspout. This powerful marine tornado could have threatened the crew with the illusion of impending sinking. In response, they might have abandoned the ship, only for it to remain afloat. This scenario could account for the damaged sails and the water found in the ship's hold.
piracy, while a less likely theory has also been contemplated. It's conceivable that pirates could have invaded the Mary Celeste, leading to the crew's disappearance. However, this theory falters against the reality of the untouched cargo and valuables, as well as the lack of any signs of a violent skirmish on board. Venturing into more extraordinary explanations, some have suggested a seaquake, an underwater earthquake causing a temporary yet terrifying destabilization of the ship. This could have driven the crew off the vessel in fear, but it doesn't quite explain their failure to return once the quake subsided and calm was restored. The possibility of insurance fraud orchestrated by the ship's owners has been proposed as well. Here, the theory goes that the crew was instructed to abandon the ship as part of a scheme to claim insurance money. However, this theory loses credibility under close examination. The ship was not heavily insured, making such a plot financially nonsensical. In the realms of the supernatural and the speculative, theories range from mythical sea monsters to Bermuda Triangle-like phenomena. These notions, while stirring the imagination, lack any substantial evidence and remain firmly in the domain of maritime folklore. Despite thorough investigations and numerous inquiries, the abandonment of the Mary Celeste remains an unsolved mystery. The fate of Captain Briggs, his family, and the crew is lost to history.
Number 27.
Dorothy Jane Scott. Dorothy Jane Scott led a life that seemed unremarkable to most. A single mother living in Anaheim, California, and working as a secretary, she was known for her devout church attendance and her peaceful demeanor. A friend lovingly called her dull as a phone book, but her quiet demeanor belied the chilling mystery that would eventually befall her. It all began with a phone call. The voice on the other end was both familiar and menacing, alternating between expressions of love and hate, before descending into outright threats. Dorothy had no idea who the caller was, but she knew he was watching her every move. At first, the calls came relentlessly, day after day, leaving her shaken and fearful for her safety. Despite her terror, Dorothy remained determined to protect herself and her young son. She took up karate for self-defense and even considered arming herself, though she ultimately decided against it. The caller remained enigmatic, never revealing his name or location, but he seemed to know everything about Dorothy, where she lived, where she worked, and even what she wore day to day. Despite her efforts to shield herself and her young son from the caller, Dorothy couldn't escape the suffocating grip of fear and anxiety that followed his calls. She told friends that the voice on the other end of the line was hauntingly familiar, yet she couldn't place it, despite her best efforts. As the calls grew in frequency, Dorothy's sense of dread deepened. She confided in a trusted coworker, sharing details of the menacing calls, but there was no solace to be found. Without knowing the caller, what actions could she take against him? The tension reached a fevered pitch on a strange evening in May 1980. At a routine company meeting, Dorothy's coworker, Conrad, fell ill after being bitten by a black widow spider. Concerned for his well-being, Dorothy and another coworker accompanied him to the hospital, unaware that this act of kindness would seal Dorothy's fate. As she left the hospital to retrieve her car, the stalker finally struck. Dorothy's colleagues were waiting at the entrance of the hospital to pull her car around, and when they saw her white station wagon approaching, they signaled their location to her. But the car careened by, leaving her coworkers stunned and her family with many unanswered questions. The later discovery of her abandoned car only deepened the mystery. In the months that followed, Dorothy's family was tormented by a series of chilling phone calls from the unknown caller, claiming to have killed her and taunting them with details of her disappearance. Despite their best efforts, the police were unable to trace the calls or identify the caller. leaving Dorothy's loved ones to endure an agonizing wait for answers. As the weeks turned into months, the mystery of Dorothy's disappearance only became murkier. Rumors swirled, with some speculating that she had run away or fallen victim to foul play. But her family refused to give up hope, clinging to the belief that Dorothy would one day return home, safe and sound. Then, more than 4 years after her disappearance, a breakthrough finally came. Dorothy's remains were discovered in a remote construction site, bringing a grim end to the agonizing uncertainty that had plagued her loved ones for so long. The discovery brought some closure to her grieving family, but the mystery of her murder remained unsolved. In the years that followed, Dorothy continued to evade justice, leaving her family to grapple with their loss. Though they may never find the closure they seek, Dorothy's memory lives on in the hearts of those who loved her. Despite the passage of time, the memory of Dorothy's disappearance still occupies those who knew her. Dorothy's family has struggled to come to terms with the loss of their beloved daughter, sister, and mother. Dorothy's case remains unsolved, relegated to the cold case files of the Anaheim Police Department. Despite their best efforts, investigators are no closer to identifying her than they had been on the day she disappeared. The passage of time has only served to obscure the truth further, but her friends and family remain hopeful that one day, justice will be served.
Number 26.
The Lost Dutchman's Gold Mine. Nestled within the Superstition Mountains of Arizona, lies a legend as rich and alluring as the purported treasure itself, the Lost Dutchman's Gold Mine. This legend, woven together from Native American folklore, Spanish colonial expeditions, and the rugged dreams of prospectors, has become ingrained in the fabric of the American Southwest. The origins of this fabled mine trace back to the indigenous peoples of the region, including the Pima and Apache tribes, who whispered of a land containing untold treasures and hidden wealth. The Superstition Mountains, named for the aura of mystery they evoked, were revered and feared, believed to be the home of spirits and untold secrets. The story gained momentum in the 19th century, intertwined with and underlined by the tragic tale of the Peralta family from northern Mexico. They were reputed to have unearthed a rich vein of gold within the foreboding mountains. However, their fortune was cut short in 1848 when, laden with gold, they were ambushed by Apache warriors in an area now known as the Massacre Grounds. The few who survived fled back to Mexico, leaving behind them a trail of blood and buried secrets. The mine, however, remained lost to the sands of time, until it allegedly found its way into the hands of a German immigrant, Jacob Waltz, dubbed the Dutchman despite his true origins. Legend has it that Waltz rediscovered the mine with the assistance of a Peralta descendant in the 1870s. Together with his partner Jacob Weiser, Waltz worked the mine and secreted away caches of gold, often rumored to be hidden near the iconic Weaver's Needle rock column. Fate, however, would not be kind to the pair. Weiser met a grisly end, murdered by Apaches, or perhaps, as some whisper, by the hand of Waltz himself in a moment of dark greed. Waltz's story concludes in Phoenix, where he spent his final days plagued by ill health and haunted by a secret he could never fully reveal. On his deathbed in 1891, he confided the mine's whereabouts to Julia Thomas, a kindly neighbor who had been caring for him. But the cryptic clues he left behind were a labyrinth with no exit. Thomas, like countless treasure hunters after her, scoured the Superstition Mountains but returned empty-handed. The legend of the Lost Dutchman's Mine has since become a magnet for adventurers, each drawn by the lure of gold and the mystery of its cursed history. The mountain range has claimed many lives, fueling rumors of a sinister force that guards the hidden treasure. Some speculate that the mine's elusiveness is a cosmic punishment for those who dare to desecrate sacred ground, while others believe it is merely the natural peril of a treacherous wilderness. In the present day, the Lost Dutchman's gold mine remains one of America's most enduring legends, speaking to the human yearning for wealth, adventure, and the unknown. The Superstition Mountains continue their watch over the secrets they keep and challenge the bravest souls to uncover what may be hidden there.
Number 25.
Albert Allen Chalum and Meyer Layman, in the heart of Colts Neck, a wealthy enclave of horse farms and grand estates in New Jersey, a mansion of secrets stood on Bluebell Road. Behind its imposing black and gold gates, a Grecian fountain stood as a sentry over the evil acts that took place there. It was beneath the gaze of the fountain statue that the bodies of Albert Allen Chalum and Meyer Layman were discovered, their lives brutally extinguished in a hail of bullets. From the start, police believed the crime had the markings of a mob-related hit. Yet despite the significant investigation, the identity of the men's assailant remains unknown. Chalum and Layman, two penny stock promoters known for dubious financial schemes, had drawn the ire of many with their nefarious activities. But as investigators delved into their murky past, they unearthed a labyrinth of deceit and treachery that stretched far beyond the confines of the mansion's walls. The FBI and local authorities were drawn into the fray, their efforts hampered by a lack of concrete evidence and very little that might point them in the direction of the killer. The clues they did find included phone records, trails of blood, and whispered confessions. A potential lead emerged from a cryptic voice message discovered on Chalum's answering machine. The brief but urgent message pleaded, "Call me back. Emergency." Investigators believed that the caller might know more about the slayings and was perhaps aware of the impending threat over the lives of Chalum and Layman and wanted to forewarn them. As the investigation dragged on, alliances shifted and numerous suspects emerged. From Russian gangsters to shady stock deals, every lead seemed to hit a dead end. There seemed to be motive everywhere, and the victims appeared to be keeping many secrets. The last person believed to have seen the men alive was an associate, Joe T. Logan Jr. Though not a suspect, he was at the Bluebell Road mansion that morning and called the house 6 times later that day. Yet the identity of the mystery caller, whose voicemail may have been an attempt to warn of the coming tragedy, and the assailant who carried out the brutal murders, both remain unknown. Information on the murders of Chalum and Layman can be directed to the FBI's Criminal Division at 212-384-1000.
Number 24.
Beale Ciphers. The Beale Ciphers may be one of the most tantalizing and enduring mysteries in American history. These ciphers, consisting of a series of 3 encoded messages, allegedly reveal the location of a vast treasure buried in the early 19th century. The story of the Beale Ciphers begins with a letter written by a man known only as TJB to his friend, Robert Morris, a Virginia innkeeper. The letter, dated January 5th, 1822, entrusts Morris with an extraordinary secret and a responsibility that would spark decades of treasure hunting and speculation. In the letter, TJB writes to Morris, "You will, doubtless, be surprised at the importance of the trust confided to you, and the confidence reposed in your honor." He explains that he and his associates, who Morris has never met, selected him due to his reputation for sternest integrity, unblemished honor, and business capacity. TJB details an adventurous expedition where he, along with 30 others, set out to Virginia in 1817 to hunt and explore the Western Plains. The letter narrates how this journey unexpectedly led them to discover an abundance of gold and silver in a remote location. TJB describes the discovery. One of the men discovered in a cleft of the rocks something that had the appearance of gold. This finding led to extensive mining, and the party amassed a significant quantity of precious metals. Concerns about the safety of their fortune prompted the decision to transport and conceal it in a secure location near Buford's Tavern in Bedford County, Virginia. TJB recounts, "It was finally decided that it should be sent to Virginia under my charge, and securely buried in a cave near Buford's Tavern." The Beale ciphers, provided to Morris along with a letter, were intended to detail the exact location of the treasure and the names of the party members. However, the key to deciphering these codes was never sent to Morris, leading to centuries of speculation and treasure hunts. Only one of 3 ciphers has been decoded, revealing vague details about the treasure, but not its exact location. The mystery deepens with theories surrounding the authenticity and purpose of the Beale ciphers. Some believe that the ciphers are a complex hoax, a theory supported by the lack of historical evidence available to corroborate the existence of TJB or his adventurous party. Skeptics argue that the story is too fantastical and convenient, a folktale designed to stir the imagination, and perhaps defraud hopeful treasure seekers. Others hold on to the possibility that the ciphers are genuine and that a vast treasure remains hidden, waiting to be discovered. This theory is bolstered by the first deciphered message, which describes the treasure in great detail. "I have deposited in the county of Bedford." The first deposit consisted of 1,014 pounds of gold and 3,812 pounds of silver. Some theories suggest the ciphers could be a form of secret communication, used during a turbulent period in American history, for purposes other than detailing a treasure. Some have even speculated that the ciphers are linked to famous historical figures or events, though these claims lack substantial evidence. Despite extensive efforts by cryptographers and treasure hunters, the Beale ciphers remain largely cryptic, and the treasure, if it exists, remains buried. The allure of the Beale ciphers lies not just in the potential wealth they may point towards, but in the mystery itself. It is a riddle that continues to challenge, fascinate, and frustrate those who encounter it, a mystery steeped in American folklore. Number 23. The Lost Colony of Roanoke. In the annals of American history, few mysteries are as perplexing as the disappearance of the Roanoke colony. It all began in August 1587, when a band of 115 English settlers landed on Roanoke Island, off the coast of what is now North Carolina. Led by John White, this landing marked the second attempt to establish a permanent English settlement in the New World, following a failed endeavor 2 years prior. As the settlers began to build their new life, they faced an urgent crisis. Their supplies were rapidly dwindling. It was decided that Governor John White would sail back to England to gather the necessary provisions and bring them back to the burgeoning colony. He left behind his wife, daughter, infant granddaughter, who was the first English child born in the Americas, and the rest of the hopeful settlers. Upon reaching England, White's mission was immediately thwarted by circumstances beyond his control. The country was on the brink of war with Spain, and Queen Elizabeth I had ordered all available ships to defend against the Spanish Armada. White was therefore stranded in England for 3 long years, unable to return to his family and fellow survivors. When White finally made his way back to Roanoke in August 1590, he was met with silence. As his ship approached the island, he noticed that the settlement's walls had been fortified, indicating that it had thrived for at least some time after his departure. But there was no one in sight. The Roanoke colony was abandoned, and the only clue to the fate of the colonists was a single word: Croatoan, carved into a wooden post. This cryptic message suggested a connection to the nearby Croatoan island, inhabited by a friendly Native American tribe, but it provided no concrete answers. Over the centuries, the fate of the lost colony of Roanoke has baffled historians. Theories started to proliferate. Some believe the settlers were killed or abducted by hostile Native American tribes. The Croatoan carving might indicate that they sought refuge with the Croatoan tribe, yet no definitive evidence supports this hypothesis. None of the settlers revealed themselves when other Englishmen encountered the tribe. Other theories propose that the desperate colonists tried to sail back to England themselves, only to be lost at sea. Some suggest they may have met a violent end at the hands of Spanish explorers making their way north from Florida. Another possibility is that they moved further inland, integrating with more hospitable tribes, their European heritage blending into Native American culture over time. The empty settlement, the cryptic Croatoan carving, and the vanished lives of 115 settlers weave a tale that continues to captivate historians and laymen alike. In recent years, the quest to uncover the truth has taken a modern approach. In 2007, researchers began collecting and analyzing DNA from local families to identify any genetic links to the Roanoke settlers or Native American tribes. However, this method has yet to provide concrete answers, and so we wait.
Number 22.
Deborah Wolf. Deborah Ann Wolf, known to loved ones as Debbie, embodied the warmth of a southern summer day. By the age of 28, she had moved from her home state of Arkansas to Fayetteville, North Carolina, where she lived in a lovely log cabin. Here, she cultivated her passion for healing as a nurse at the Veterans Administration Medical Center in Cumberland County. Debbie's compassion knew no bounds. Many remember her as a dedicated and gentle spirit, touching the lives of all who crossed her path. A columnist of the Fayetteville Times hailed her as a beacon of light, a dedicated nurse, a radiant soul, a cherished friend. Yet, in the winter of 1985, a day before Christmas, tragedy struck when Debbie Wolf disappeared, seemingly into thin air. The first red flag was when Debbie failed to arrive at work. This was completely unlike Debbie, who was a consistent employee and not known to be late or miss a shift without calling ahead. Concern soon rippled through her family, and as dawn broke on the 27th of December, Debbie's absence grew alarming. Her mother, Jenny, accompanied by her husband, John, and a loyal friend, headed to Debbie's cabin for a wellness check. But the cabin stood silent, though her dogs, Morgan and Mason, remained in the yard. Inside the cabin, things were amiss. Her personal items seemed to be in disarray, which was not in line with Debbie's usually orderly ways. A nursing uniform lay discarded, and underneath her bed, Jenny discovered her daughter's purse, also out of place. To put it simply, the scene was odd and suspect. And to add to this scene, a mysterious and unfamiliar voice was heard on the answering machine, delivering a cryptic message. "Hey Deb, missed you here at work today. Just wondering how you're doing. If you're able to give me a call up here at the ward, I'm at, or give me a call at home tonight. You've been out a lot of days. You make me worried when you miss another one. Just want to make sure you're okay. Bye." Jenny wondered about the implications of the message as the search for Debbie began. Time passed, yielding only more questions. Then, on the 31st of December, despair was found at the bottom of a nearby pond. Debbie's lifeless body was discovered in a rusty barrel. Yet, even in death, mysteries lingered. The police began to investigate the death as an accidental drowning, a slip and fall. But Jenny was sure foul play had been involved. Investigators decided to retrieve the barrel the day after removing her body, but when they returned for it, it was gone. Investigators even allegedly denied the existence of the barrel in the first place. This only added to the strange turns in the case. The autopsy further found the cause of death to be drowning, and there were no obvious signs of foul play. However, even this was suspect to some. Several of the telltale signs of drowning were missing, and there was only about half a teaspoon of water in Debbie's airway. Due to the cold water slowing decomposition, medical examiners were unable to determine exactly when Debbie died. Jenny was suspicious for a number of other reasons as well. Not only was the pond shallow and easy to walk out of, the clothes Debbie was found in weren't her own. They included shoes that were a men's size 6, brown corduroy pants that were too big for her, a bra that was the wrong size, and an army field jacket without a name tag. 2 suspects, hospital volunteers who had repeatedly called and harassed Debbie, were questioned, including the one who Jenny believed left the cryptic voicemail on her phone. Each was cleared by police. The case is still officially considered an accidental drowning, though Debbie's loved ones remain determined to see justice prevail. Number 21. The Phantom Barber of Pascagoula. In the year 1942, the small town of Pascagoula, Mississippi, found itself in the grip of a peculiar and unsettling mystery. This was the year of the Phantom Barber, who left the town's residents in a state of fear and bewilderment. This unusual intruder's modus operandi was not theft, and did not begin with violence in the traditional sense, but something far stranger. He broke into homes late at night to cut the hair of sleeping women and girls, leaving behind nothing but locks of hair as evidence of his presence. The Phantom Barber's reign of bizarre terror began in earnest in mid-June 1942. In a single week, 3 young girls became his victims. 11-year-old Mary Evelyn Briggs and 12-year-old Edna Marie Heidel were the first to experience this strange intrusion. They were asleep in their room at the Our Lady of Victory's convent when an unknown person entered and snipped off chunks of their hair. The next victim was 6-year-old Carol Petty, who awoke to find a lock of her blonde curls had been cut, with the only clue left behind being a sandy footprint left on an empty bed in her room. The community was understandably alarmed. Police Chief A.W. Ezel was perplexed, admitting he couldn't fathom the motivation behind such odd crimes. In response, the police offered a $300 reward for information leading to the capture of this elusive barber, later increased to $400 with contributions from local businesses and officials. Despite increased patrols and relaxed Army dim-out regulations, the Phantom Barber seemed to move through Pascagoula after dark with ease, his identity and intentions a complete mystery. The situation escalated when Miss R.E. Taylor became the Phantom Barber's next victim. Unlike the young girls, she was an adult woman who reported feeling something pass over her face in the night. She woke up to find her hair cut and suspected that chloroform had been used to keep her unconscious during the act. The community's fear intensified when on the night of June 13th, Mr. and Mrs. Terrell Heidelberg were brutally attacked in their home. They were beaten with an iron pipe while sleeping, a violent escalation that differed from the Phantom Barber's previous haircutting intrusions. This attack led to speculation that the Phantom Barber was evolving into more violent crimes. In late July, the police arrested William A. Dolan, a 57-year-old chemist, in connection with the Phantom Barber crimes. Dolan, who had previously been arrested for trespassing and had disagreements with the Heidelberg family, became a prime suspect. Human hair was reportedly found behind his house, and authorities speculated that his actions were intended to demoralize war workers, possibly due to alleged sympathies towards Germany. Dolan was charged with attempted murder in connection with the attack on the Heidelbergs, but was not charged for the haircutting incidents. His arrest brought temporary relief to the town, but he maintained his innocence. Eventually, he was convicted and sentenced to 10 years in prison, only to be released 10 years later after a review of his case. The question of whether William A. Dolan was indeed the Phantom Barber of Pascagoula remains unanswered. His association with the case continued, especially as the late-night haircutting incidents ceased after his arrest. Despite this, the Phantom Barber case remains officially unsolved, a peculiar footnote in the history of Pascagoula, leaving behind a legacy of fear, intrigue, and unanswered questions. This bizarre series of events remains a topic of speculation and mystery, a strange chapter in the history of American crime. Number 20. The disappearance of Joseph Force Crater. Joseph Force Crater's story begins in the small town of Easton, Pennsylvania, where he was born in 1889. His early life was unremarkable, but he was ambitious and determined. Crater pursued higher education with vigor, eventually graduating from Lafayette College and then Columbia Law School. His intelligence and charisma served him well, and soon after completing his education, he began to climb the legal ranks in New York City. Crater's rise to power was rapid. He quickly became a well-known figure in the New York legal community, moving into influential circles that included businessmen and politicians. His career took a significant turn when, in April 1930, he was appointed as a judge to the New York Supreme Court by then-Governor Franklin D. Roosevelt. This position was a testament to his success, but also placed him at the center of New York's political and social elite, a position that came with its own set of risks and entanglements. Judge Crater was known for his affluence and socialite lifestyle. He was ubiquitous at high-profile events and was known to associate with various famed figures, some reputable and others more dubious. His connections with Tammany Hall, the powerful New York political machine known for its corruption, made him a subject of controversy and speculation. The mystery surrounding Judge Crater began on August 6, 1930. Judge Crater and his wife were vacationing in Maine when the judge received a phone call, after which he told his wife that he needed to return to New York City on urgent business. Crater's actions on this day were peculiar. He removed and destroyed documents from his office, cashed checks worth a considerable sum of money, and then attended a Broadway show after dining with friends. He was last seen walking down a street in Manhattan after the dinner, and from that moment, he vanished without a trace. His disappearance sparked widespread media attention and public speculation. Various theories were proposed. Had he been murdered by organized crime figures or political enemies due to his legal and political connections? Did he decide to disappear voluntarily due to personal or financial problems? Or was he the victim of a personal vendetta or love triangle? Despite extensive investigations and numerous potential leads, none of these theories could be definitively proven. One of the more sensational aspects of the case emerged many years later when a letter surfaced, written by the widow of a New York police officer. She claimed her husband had been involved in Crater's murder, and that his body was buried under what is now the New York Aquarium. However, despite this lead and the public's enduring fascination with the case, no conclusive evidence has ever been found to confirm this theory or to solve the mystery of Judge Crater's disappearance. As the years passed, the mystery of Joseph Force Crater became part of New York folklore, symbolizing the corruption and intrigue of the Tammany Hall era. His case remains one of the most enduring mysteries in American history, a narrative woven from the fabric of New York's roaring 20s, and the dark underbelly of its political landscape. Despite numerous investigations and the passage of time, the fate of Joseph Force Crater remains unknown, his story a lingering question mark over New York's history.
Number 19. The WOW signal. Wow. Astronomer Jerry Eamon wrote in the margins while reviewing the printout of a narrow-band radio wave that lasted 72 seconds. A radio wave that would soon spark theories ranging from extraterrestrial communication to stellar phenomena. Captured on August 15, 1977, at Ohio's Big Ear Radio Observatory, the WOW signal has fascinated scientists and the public alike for over 4 decades. Eamon was reviewing data a few days after the signal was detected and was so astonished by its clarity and strength that he scribbled the exclamation that gave the signal its name: "Wow." It was unlike anything seen before or since during searches for extraterrestrial intelligence. Despite numerous theories, the signal's origin has remained a mystery, perhaps until now. Intriguing new evidence from former U.S. Department of Defense analyst and adjunct astronomy professor Antonio Paris suggests a solution to this astronomical mystery. In their research, Paris and his team discovered that 2 comets, P2008Y2 Gibbs and 266P Christensen, were crossing the area of the sky being monitored by the Big Ear Radio Observatory at the time the WOW signal was detected. They proposed that the signal was emitted by a hydrogen cloud accompanying one of these comets. This theory would also explain why the signal was never detected again. The comet and its hydrogen cloud had moved along its orbital path. Paris and his team took advantage of a unique opportunity to survey the sky around the constellation Sagittarius a second time, this time via a 10-meter radio telescope. They timed their observations to coincide with comet 266P Christensen's passage through the same region. The results were striking. The signal emitted by 266P Christensen, along with those from 3 other comets, matched many of the characteristics of the original WOW signal. However, the original signal detected in 1977 was significantly stronger than what Paris's team observed. Paris explains this discrepancy by pointing out the difference in sensitivity between the 2 radio telescopes. The Big Ear Radio Telescope, with a sensitivity equivalent to a 52.5-meter dish, was far more powerful than the 10-meter telescope used by Paris's team. Additionally, comets lose mass as they journey through the inner solar system, meaning that Comet 266P Christensen would have been much larger and thus potentially emitting a stronger signal 40 years ago. Despite these compelling findings, Paris acknowledges that his hypothesis is not definitive. There remains a possibility, however remote, that the WOW signal could have been caused by another unidentified source. Still, his team's conclusions suggest that the 1977 WOW signal was most likely a natural phenomenon generated by a comet. Paris has published his team's observations and theories through the Center for Planetary Science, a non-profit organization where he serves as chief scientist. This unconventional publication route has sparked some debate in the scientific community, yet the findings are nonetheless drawing attention. This research opens up the fascinating possibility that the infamous WOW signal
once a potential sign of extraterrestrial contact, may have actually been the result of a comet passing through our neighborhood.
Number 18. Rebecca Gabriela Nuno. In the historic town of Cedar Hill, Texas, Rebecca Nuno's life changed unalterably on the evening of May 31st, 2005. As work came to an end, the 21-year-old bid farewell to her co-workers as she finished up her shift. Yet for Rebecca, the journey home would become a harrowing ordeal that would leave her loved ones in despair. Her co-worker shortly received a phone call from Rebecca, who whispered a desperate plea. "I've been kidnapped." The call dropped, and then silence. From that moment, 21-year-old Rebecca vanished into the void, leaving behind only suspicion of what had happened to her. She indeed appeared to have been taken against her will, perhaps a victim of human trafficking. She may even have known her abductor. After 2 weeks without answers, another phone call, this time to her parents. The voice was again a whisper, as she insisted they stop looking for her. She spoke in Spanish and would not confirm if she was all right, or if she was even in the US. As investigators hit dead ends, they did arrive at a description of a suspect, a Hispanic male, possibly driving a green Honda or a black Chevrolet truck. She was believed to have been taken either to Florida or to Mexico, but no further traces of her have been found. Information on her case can be directed to Duncanville Police Department, 972-780-5037. Number 17. The Toynbee Tiles. The Toynbee Tiles are a fascinating urban mystery that has intrigued the public and conspiracy theorists alike for decades. The tiles consist of linoleum messages found embedded in the asphalt of streets in various major cities across the United States and 4 South American capitals. The tiles typically bear cryptic messages referring to resurrecting the dead on planet Jupiter, based on an interpretation of Arnold Toynbee's philosophical ideas and the movie 2001: A Space Odyssey. The first reported sightings of these tiles date back to the early 1980s, primarily in Philadelphia. However, since then, they have been discovered in numerous other cities, including New York, Boston, Washington, D.C., and Chicago, among others. The most common inscription found on these tiles reads, "Toynbee idea in Kubrick's 2001, resurrect dead on planet Jupiter." The origin and purpose of these tiles remain a mystery, but they are generally believed to be the work of an unknown individual or group, with obvious influences from the historian Arnold J. Toynbee and filmmaker Stanley Kubrick. The Toynbee reference is thought to be connected to Toynbee's theory that societies must continually die and be reborn to survive, while the Kubrick reference is to his film 2001: A Space Odyssey, which features themes of space exploration and human evolution. One theory suggests that the tiles are the work of a single individual, a Philadelphia carpenter named James Marasco, who was said to have had strong beliefs in resurrection and was known to have contacted talk shows and newspapers to discuss his theories in the 1980s. Moreover, Marasco died in the early 2000s, and new tiles have continued to appear. Some speculate the tiles are a form of guerrilla art or a vast, unsanctioned public art project. The secretive placement of the tiles and their cryptic message suggest an individual or group using public space to communicate a philosophical or metaphysical idea without seeking permission or recognition. The documentary Resurrect Dead: The Mystery of the Toynbee Tiles, released in 2011, follows a group of Toynbee tile enthusiasts who delve deep into this urban mystery. They propose several theories about the tile's creator and his methods,
but ultimately leave the mystery unsolved. Despite these efforts, the creator or creators of the Toynbee tiles and their full intentions remain unknown. The tiles continue to be a subject of fascination, inspiring both admiration and confusion. They have become part of urban folklore, embodying the human desire for mystery, the unexplained, and the power of anonymous public expression. As of today, new tiles continue to appear, although they differ slightly in style and message, indicating that the original tiler may no longer be active, or that copycats have taken up the cause. The mystery of the Toynbee tiles remains unsolved, captivating the imagination of those who stumble upon them, and those who seek them out as part of an urban treasure hunt spanning continents.
Number 16. Shepherd's Monument Inscription. The Shepherd's Monument, located in Staffordshire, England, has captivated the imaginations of codebreakers, historians, and conspiracy theorists for centuries. Constructed between 1748 and 1763, this structure was commissioned by Thomas Anson, a well-to-do British gentleman, and built by the sculptor Peter Shoemaker. The monument is famed not only for its architectural beauty, but for the perplexing inscription that has baffled experts for over 250 years. The front of the Shepherd's Monument features a relief that is an adaptation of Nicolas Poussin's famous painting, Shepherds of Arcadia. The artwork depicts a pastoral scene with a woman and 3 shepherds gathered around a tombstone, on which is written the Latin phrase, Et in Arcadia ego, translating to, I am also in Arcadia, or, even in Arcadia, there I am. This phrase has been interpreted as a memento mori, a reminder of the inevitability of death. However, the most intriguing and mysterious aspect of the Shepherd's Monument is the inscription, a sequence of letters reading OUOSVAVV, flanked by the letters D and M. This cryptic code has resisted interpretation despite the efforts of numerous scholars, including notable figures like Josiah Wedgwood, Charles Darwin, and Charles Dickens. The letters D and M are widely believed to stand for Dis Manibus, a common dedication to the Roman deities of the underworld, but the meaning of OUSVAVV remains elusive. Theories abound, each more fascinating than the last. One prevalent theory posits that the remaining letters could be an acronym for a Latin phrase, in alignment with Dis Manibus. However, despite various attempts, no convincing Latin phrase that fits this arrangement of letters has been put forth. This theory aligns with the classical influences evident in the monument's design, but offers little in terms of a conclusive explanation. In 1951, an alternative theory was proposed by Morchard Bishop. This theory suggests a more personal connection. Morchard believed that the letters were an initialism for a sentimental Latin phrase, Optime uxoris, optime sororis, vidus amantissimus, vovit virtutibus, or to the best of wives, the best of sisters. A most loving widowed husband dedicates this to your virtues. This interpretation hints at the monument being a loving tribute by Thomas Anson to his deceased wife. But again, conclusive evidence is lacking. Another persuasive theory is the Arcadian Shepherds theory. This draws directly from the Poussin painting that inspired the monument's relief. In the painting, shepherds are pondering a tomb with the inscription Et in Arcadia ego, which reflects the suggestion that death is present even in idyllic settings. Some speculate that the Shugborough inscription could be a continuation of this theme, a cryptic reference to the inevitability of death or an allusion to a hidden tomb or grave, possibly even indicating a location. A more speculative theory connects the inscription to the Knights Templar, a medieval Christian military order. Some enthusiasts of this theory propose that the inscription points to secret knowledge or even treasure passed down by the Templars. The letters are thought to be a code indicating the location of the Holy Grail
or another significant religious relic. However, this theory, like others, lacks hard evidence and is often regarded as part of modern myth-making around the Templars. Modern cryptographers and code enthusiasts have also tackled the Shugborough inscription, treating it as a straightforward cipher or coded message. Despite applying various cryptographic techniques, no one has convincingly cracked the code. This ongoing challenge adds a layer of contemporary intrigue to the historical mystery. In addition to the inscription, the monument features two head reliefs. One depicts a smiling, bald human figure, while the other shows a horned head resembling Pan, the Greek god of the wild. These figures add another layer of symbolism and mystery to the monument, fueling further speculation about its true purpose and meaning. The Shepherd's Monument continues to be a subject of fascination and debate, whether it holds a profound secret or simply a testament to the whimsy of its creator. Its code remains one of the most enduring puzzles in history. Number 15. The Ghost Army of World War II. The Ghost Army of World War II refers to a unique and secretive unit of the United States Army, known officially as the 23rd Headquarters Special Troops. This group, which operated from 1944 until the end of the European War in 1945, comprised more than 1,100 men, many of whom were artists, actors, architects, and engineers. Their mission was singular and highly unconventional for military standards: to deceive and mislead the German army through illusion and artistry, thereby contributing to the Allied victory in Europe. The inception of the Ghost Army, a concept inspired partly by British operations like Operation Bertram during the North Africa campaign, was driven by the realization that traditional combat tactics alone would not ensure victory. The unit was assembled with individuals from various creative backgrounds, recruited for their artistic skills and innovative thinking. They were trained not only in traditional military skills, but also in the arts of deception and subterfuge. The Ghost Army's tactics were diverse and ingeniously crafted. They employed inflatable tanks, planes, jeeps, and artillery pieces, which, from a distance, appeared indistinguishable from real military hardware. These fake armaments were moved from place to place, creating the illusion of significant troop movements where, in reality, there were none. Sound trucks broadcasted pre-recorded sounds of bridges being constructed, tanks moving, and troop activity to further enhance the deception. The unit also used radio deception, transmitting fake communications to mislead enemy eavesdroppers about the Allies' plans. Additionally, members of the Ghost Army would don the uniforms of different U.S. Army units and visit nearby towns, spreading misinformation and rumors about troop movements and military plans. This practice of atmosphere, creating a misleading environment through a combination of visual, auditory, and human intelligence, was crucial to their strategy. The Ghost Army participated in more than 20 operations throughout the European theater, often operating very close to the front lines. Their deceptions were credited with saving thousands of lives by drawing German forces away from actual Allied operations. One of the most notable successes was during Operation Plunder, the crossing of the Rhine River in March 1945, where their efforts contributed to the efficacy of the Allies' surprise crossing. The activities of the Ghost Army were kept under strict secrecy during and long after the war. Many of the unit's members went on to have successful careers in art, design, and entertainment, drawing upon their unique wartime experiences. The story of the Ghost Army remained largely unknown until declassification in the 1990s, and since then, it has been the subject of documentaries, books,
and exhibitions. Today, the legacy of the Ghost Army is preserved through the efforts of historians, family members of the veterans, and enthusiasts who seek to recognize and honor the innovative and brave contributions of these soldiers. Efforts have been made to award the unit a Congressional Gold Medal, acknowledging their service and the impact of their unorthodox but highly effective tactics. The story of the Ghost Army showcases the power of creativity in warfare, demonstrating a different kind of bravery and ingenuity that played a vital role in the Allied victory in World War II. Number 14. Justin Burgwinkle, an ambitious recruit to the United States Army. Private Justin Burgwinkle had aspirations that reached beyond the confines of ordinary service. His heart was set on making it into the elite Rangers, a position for those with unusual dedication and ambition. Armed with high scores in Army tests and a mastery of languages, particularly Korean, Justin seemed destined for greatness. But fate had other plans. 3 years into his service, while stationed at Fort Ord in Monterey, California, Justin vanished without a trace, his disappearance sending shockwaves through the military community. 3 long months passed before a breakthrough emerged, or so it seemed. Justin's car surfaced in the parking lot of a motel. Locked inside were his keys, wallet, credit cards, and military ID. Yet there were no clues as to where Justin may be. Closest to him at the time was his girlfriend, Yolanda Antunes, who noticed a gradual shift in Justin's demeanor in the weeks leading up to his disappearance. His behavior grew increasingly erratic, marked by clandestine meetings and secrecy. She wondered if this had something to do with his military work, or if there was something more sinister he was hiding. Justin's visits to Yolanda, who attended Santa Clara University, about 80 miles away from Fort Ord, revealed glimpses of a double life. Mysterious, sudden trips back to Monterey with a briefcase hinted at something amiss. Soon, Justin's behavior spiraled further, culminating in a strange phone call involving a cryptic message signaling the end of an unknown mission. Yolanda had been the one to pick up. "The mission's off," a stranger's voice said. When Yolanda questioned him, the voice responded, "Just tell him the mission's off." When Yolanda confronted Justin, she was met with defiance and evasion. He then returned to Fort Lewis after buying handguns and ammunition, but he failed to show up and was reported AWOL. He resurfaced at Yolanda's apartment, making cryptic references to the Hollywood thriller White Sands, which centers around international arms smuggling. This offered little solace to Yolanda, as he resumed his secretive trips to Fort Ord. She encouraged him to call Fort Lewis, where he was still considered AWOL. Although he did call and state that he was planning to return, he never did. And then, again, he vanished. Months passed without any contact. There were no leads until Justin's car was found. Amongst the evidence were his military dog tags. Yolanda recalled a moment with Justin where he explained what the dog tags were used for. According to her, he said, "Well, when a soldier dies, they put it in his teeth so you can identify him. If you ever see these, lying around, that means I'm dead." The memory resonated, leaving her and everyone with so many questions. Was Justin involved in some undercover work? Was he entangled in an illegal operation? Or had he gone out of his mind? What's more, was he dead or alive? To this day, Justin Burgwinkle has never been found. Information about this missing person can be directed to Monterey Police Department at 831-646-3830. Number 13.
The vanishing hotel ghosts of the Hotel del Salto. Perched precariously on the edge of Tequendama Falls, El Hotel del Salto is a place that has captivated imaginations and ignited rumors of the supernatural for decades. Built in 1928 along the Bogota River, this once luxurious resort was a go-to for the elites, offering stunning views and opulent accommodations. However, as the years rolled on, river pollution caused the waterfall to diminish, leading to the hotel's decline and eventual closure in the 1990s. Despite its abandonment, the allure of El Hotel del Salto has only grown stronger, drawing thrill seekers and paranormal enthusiasts from all corners of the globe. Its corridors are now filled not with the laughter of the affluent, but with tales of ghostly apparitions, tragic and sinister rituals. Those who dare explore its grounds speak of eerie screams echoing from the falls, the ghostly figure of the hotel's former owner wandering the halls, and whispers of black magic sacrifices in the shadowy corners of this once grand establishment. Some even claim to hear loud cries from inside the hotel after sunset. Legends say that the Muisca, the people indigenous to the area, would throw themselves off the picturesque waterfall in order to escape Spanish conquistadors who would seize native people for nefarious purposes. Are these stories true? Are the mysterious screams and cries coming from the vanishing hotel guests of Hotel del Salto? Or are they lingering echoes of the indigenous people who once inhabited this land? There is no denying the harrowing atmosphere that envelops El Hotel del Salto. Stepping inside is like entering a forgotten world, where the ghosts of the past linger amidst the dust and decay. The opulence that once defined the hotel is still visible in the elegant chandeliers, grand fireplaces, and intricate frescoes adorning the ceilings. Yet this luxury is juxtaposed with the scars of neglect, debris, broken glass, and graffiti. In recent years, efforts have been made to restore and repurpose this enigmatic location. Now known as the Casa Museo del Salto del Tequendama, the hotel has been transformed into a museum dedicated to the biodiversity and culture of the Tequendama Falls region. The restoration, which cost $410,000, has breathed new life into the structure, preserving its historical significance while offering a more structured and informative visitor experience. Yet, even with its new guise, the mystery and allure of El Hotel del Salto remain. The stories that surround it, whether born of truth or imagination, continue to draw those who are fascinated by the unknown. Number 12. The Miracle of Elus Moreno. On December 7, 2007, in the heart of New York City, an event both tragic and miraculous unfolded. An event that would capture the attention and imagination of many. Elus Moreno, an Ecuadorian immigrant, and his younger brother Edgar, both window washers, faced a life-altering moment that day. Their work for citywide window cleaning often involved suspending themselves precariously high over Manhattan's bustling streets. This particular morning found them at Salo Tower, a towering 47-story apartment building on the Upper East Side. They stepped onto their 16-foot-long, 3-foot-wide aluminum scaffolding platform, a routine beginning to their day's work. However, what happened next was anything but routine. The scaffolding's anchors, meant to secure the 1,250-pound platform, catastrophically failed. In a terrifying 6 seconds, Elus and Edgar plummeted 472 feet to the alley below. Edgar, 30 years old, was tragically killed upon impact, his body discovered amidst the mangled wreckage of the scaffolding. The loss was immediate and devastating. But alongside the tragedy, a near impossible twist of fate occurred. Elus Moreno was found alive. Miraculously, he was sitting up, conscious and breathing amidst the debris. Paramedics, recognizing the severity of his condition, performed a scoop and run to rush him to the nearby New York Presbyterian Hospital, Weill Cornell Medical Center. Elus's survival was nothing short of miraculous, defying the grim statistics surrounding falls. Globally, falls are a leading cause of accidental deaths, with the United States alone recording over 32,000 fall fatalities annually. They are the second most common cause of accidental deaths worldwide, just behind vehicle accidents. The event reignited discussions about the dangers of falls and the unpredictable nature of such accidents. While falls from great heights are rare, their impact is often devastating, and the Moreno brothers' case was a reminder of this reality. At the hospital, Elus's condition was critical. He had suffered multiple fractures, internal injuries, and a serious brain injury. The medical team initiated emergency surgery right in the ER, a decision based on the precariousness of his state. Over time, he underwent 15 more surgeries and was in a coma for several weeks. The road to recovery for Elus was long and fraught with both physical and psychological challenges. The psychological impact of falling, often overlooked, can be as significant as the physical injuries, not to mention the trauma associated with losing his brother in the same incident that almost cost him his life. Elus's miraculous survival led many to speculate about the factors that may have contributed to it. Some suggested that his position on the scaffolding during the fall might have been a contributing factor. They wonder if he may have been lying flat, which could have distributed the impact more evenly across his body. Others pointed to sheer luck or divine intervention as explanations for the extraordinary outcome. In the aftermath, Elus received a substantial settlement from the scaffolding company, Tractel, after a court found them negligent in the scaffolding's installation. The amount was undisclosed, but was known to be significant. Number 11. The Kuykendalls. In the wild corners of Washington state, 3 families found themselves ensnared in a nightmare beyond their comprehension. It began with murmured phone calls placed to their personal cell phones, turning their every buzz into paranoid fear. Heather Kuykendall recounted the chilling messages that besieged her family. The messages said, "You're going to die. We hate you. We're going to murder you," she revealed. And yet, the police, bewildered by the inexplicable nature of the harassing calls, found themselves coming up empty, as any sort of suspect evaded them. For the Kuykendall family, the nightmare began innocuously enough. A text message sent from their daughter's phone to their friends, without her sending it. From there, the threats began and quickly escalated. Callers saying they'd kill their grandparents, their children, and their pets. But the horror did not end with mere words. The perpetrators delved deeper into the family's private lives. The other families targeted had ties to the Kuykendall family. The callers knew their movements, their conversations, everything down to what they were wearing. The calls came at all hours and were strangely traced back to the Kuykendall family's own phones, even when they were shut off. Surveillance experts explained that cell phones can be operated remotely, saying you can track a person's position, you can take photographs, you can infiltrate every aspect of their lives. And this seems to be the case with the Kuykendall family. Their phones even shut off on their own. Their ringtones changed inexplicably, and the restricted phone calls continued to roll in. But even armed with this knowledge, traced calls led to dead ends. Investigations yielded no answers, and the family grew more and more anxious. Voicemails even began playing back recordings of private family conversations, and even a clip of a discussion with their local police detective, and a warning to them to stay away from the law. The case clearly seemed to be some sort of cell phone manipulation, but investigators were still clueless as to how and who. Pranksters? Cyberbullying? Maybe. Most calls seem to focus on the Kuykendall's teenage daughter, Courtney. One chilling message directed towards her stated ominously, "I know where you are. I know where you live. I'm going to kill you." But other messages were described as sounding juvenile, like a teenage prank. The case never saw any resolution. Once the FBI were involved, some sources say the calls ended, but the hacker was never found. Each of these cases leaves listeners with trepidation. In many, a phone call is often followed by fear and paranoia. Ring, ring. Don't answer that. Number 10. The Circleville Letters. This is the tale of a pen pal that no one wanted. In the late 1970s, the quiet town of Circleville, Ohio, became the epicenter of an unsettling mystery. Residents, businesses, and government offices began receiving anonymous letters that threatened to expose their darkest secrets. The letters claimed an almost omnipresent knowledge of the town's happenings, their sinister tone leaving the recipients in a state of perpetual dread. Mary Gillespie, a local bus driver, received one such letter in 1977. "I've been observing your house," it read ominously. "Stay away from Massey." The letter's author seemingly knew of her affair with Gordon Massey, the school superintendent, a secret Mary thought was well hidden. This wasn't an isolated incident. Across Circleville, others received similarly threatening letters, including Mary's husband, Ron Gillespie. Ron's letters were even more alarming. "Mr. Gillespie, your wife is seeing Gordon Massey. You should catch them together and kill them both. He doesn't deserve to live," one letter read. Despite the threatening nature of these messages, the Gillespies initially tried to dismiss them, hoping they would stop. But the letters persisted, escalating in intensity and frequency. "Gillespie, you have had 2 weeks and done nothing. Admit the truth and inform the school board. If not, I will broadcast it on CBS, posters, signs, and billboards until the truth comes out." And the mystery didn't stop at mere correspondence. One August evening in 1977, Ron received a phone call that seemed to push him over the edge. He grabbed his .22 caliber revolver and stormed out, telling his daughter he was going to confront the letter writer. Hours later, his truck was found crashed into a tree. Ron was dead, the revolver having been fired once. The local coroner ruled it an accident, but suspicions of foul play lingered. Despite Ron's tragic death, the letters continued unabated. Mary Gillespie and Gordon Massey remained prime targets. In 1983, the terror came to a head when Mary narrowly escaped a deadly trap. A sign targeting her daughter led her to a box rigged with a loaded gun. The gun was traced back to Paul Freshour, Ron Gillespie's brother-in-law. Freshour's estranged wife, Karen Sue, told the police that Paul had written the letters. She had found them hidden in their house. Freshour denied everything, claiming the gun had been stolen weeks before. In 1984, Freshour was convicted of attempted murder. An expert witness testified that evidence indicated that Freshour had written the Circleville letters. Residents hoped that his imprisonment would end the torment, but in a surprise twist, the letters didn't stop when the alleged perpetrator was in custody. Even with fresh hour behind bars, Circleville's mailboxes continued to be filled with threats and accusations. The prison warden confirmed that Fresh Hour had no access to writing materials. Fresh Hour himself received a letter from the anonymous writer while incarcerated. All eyes turned to Karen Sue. Her boyfriend matched a witness description from the booby trap crime scene. This led some to ask, was this all a setup? As the years passed, the mystery only grew. In December 1993, when the TV show Unsolved Mysteries investigated, they received a letter warning them to stay away from Circleville. Forget Circleville, Ohio. If you come to Ohio, UL sickos will pay. Paul Freshour was paroled in 1994, the same year the letters inexplicably ceased. He maintained his innocence until his death, and despite a recent forensic examination revealing similarities between his handwriting and the letters, no definitive proof has ever emerged. Decades later, the identity of the Circleville writer remains unknown.
Number 9. The disappearance of Frederick Valentic. Frederick Valentic's story begins in Melbourne, Australia, where he was born to Italian immigrants in June 1958. Growing up in a supportive family environment, Frederick developed a keen interest in aviation from a young age, dreaming of becoming a professional pilot. Despite his passion, his journey into the field was marked by challenges. Valentic struggled academically, failing multiple examinations and receiving criticism for his flying abilities. However, these setbacks did not deter him. They only fueled his determination to succeed. By the time of his disappearance, Valentic had accumulated about 150 hours of flying time. He was working part-time at an army barracks to support his flying lessons, and had aspirations of joining the Royal Australian Air Force. However, his applications were rejected due to his insufficient educational qualifications and poor flying record. Undeterred, Valentic continued flying, hoping to improve his skills and eventually reapply to the RAAF. On October 21st, 1978, Valentic embarked on a routine flight from Moorabbin Airport in Melbourne to King Island, a small island located in the Bass Strait between Victoria and Tasmania. The weather conditions were favorable, and nothing seemed amiss when he left at 6:19 p.m. However, during the flight, Valentic contacted Melbourne Air Traffic Control to report an unidentified aircraft that seemed to be following him. His descriptions of the craft were perplexing. He claimed it was flying at high speeds, had unusual lights, and was orbiting above him. His last known words, "It's not an aircraft," were followed by a mysterious, metallic scraping sound before the transmission abruptly ended. The disappearance prompted an extensive air, sea, and land search covering over 1,000 square miles. Despite these widespread efforts, no trace of Valentic or his Cessna 182 was ever found. The official investigation by the Department of Transport concluded that the reasons behind the disappearance could not be determined. The report suggested that Valentic might have become disoriented and lost control of his aircraft, leading to a fatal crash into the sea. But this was speculative, as no debris or evidence of a crash was ever discovered. Over time, several theories have emerged regarding Valentic's fate. Some speculate that he staged his disappearance or committed suicide, although these theories are contradicted by reports of his known character and life plans. Others suggest he may have been disoriented, mistaking the planet Venus or another natural phenomenon
for an extraterrestrial craft, leading to a state of panic and eventual crash. The most sensational theory, fueled by Valentic's own interest in UFOs and the content of his final transmission, is that he encountered an extraterrestrial spacecraft, leading to his abduction. In the years following Valentic's disappearance, the case has remained a topic of interest for aviation experts, UFO enthusiasts, and the general public. It has sparked debates, documentaries, and articles, each exploring a different facet of the mystery. Despite the passage of time, new evidence has been scant, and the case remains as unsolved as ever. Today, the disappearance of Frederick Valentic is still shrouded in mystery, with no concrete answers to the many questions it raises. His family, while having accepted his loss, still seek closure and answers to what happened on that fateful night. The Valentic case remains one of Australia's most enduring aviation mysteries, a poignant reminder of the complexities and unknowns of both human experience and the vast skies above. Number 8. Basher Kaki. Basher Kaki sat in his small apartment in Washington, D.C., the phone buzzing incessantly in the background. The buzzing had terrorized his life for the past 9 years. It hadn't always been like this, but at times it had been much worse. His mind drifted back to 1974, to the streets of Beirut, where he had been raised. By this time, he was already an American citizen. He had returned to Lebanon with his wife, who had business there. That night, he had encountered a roadblock while picking his wife up from a party. He remembered the van, the armed men, the abduction. Captured by the PLO, the Palestine Liberation Organization, his captors had accused him of being a CIA agent, subjecting him to days of torture. It was an ordeal he barely survived, his sanity hanging by a thread as he grappled with hallucinations and despair. Returning to the United States hadn't brought solace to Basher. Instead, a new kind of torment seemed to have been awakened. The threatening phone calls began a few years after his return from Lebanon, the caller's voice a chilling whisper. Sometimes it was silent breathing, other times there were threats, but always the same underlying message: he would be killed. The calls followed him like a shadow, even as he tried to rebuild his life with new restaurants and new beginnings. But the terror didn't stop at the phone calls. It spilled over into his family's lives, his loved ones becoming targets of the same faceless menace. His wife, his friends, even his replacement at the restaurant, all of them drawn into the mystery enveloping him. And then there was Raj Tuli, his successor, whose son fell victim to a brutal attack. This in particular, Kaki took as a sign that the mysterious caller meant business. The caller's identity remained a mystery, the voice shifting curiously between that of a child and that of a grown man, thus lending a nickname to the caller, L'Enfant. Basher's mind raced with suspicions, memories of Beirut mingling with the present-day nightmare. Was it revenge for his abduction? A vendetta from his past come back to haunt him? Or perhaps something even darker, its motives unknown? Desperate for answers, Basher turned to the authorities, but with no leads, they were powerless in the face of this masked villain. The FBI tapped his phone, recording thousands of calls, but the trail always led to dead end after dead end. Journalists probed, speculation swirled, and yet L'Enfant remained elusive. In the end, Basher found himself trapped in a cycle of paranoia and despair, his sanity slipping away. He sought refuge in psychiatric wards, hoping to escape the calls, but even there he found no peace. The caller would still reach out to him multiple times a day. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the call stopped, their mysterious cessation equally infuriating. Bashir's story had been the subject of a segment on the popular TV show Unsolved Mysteries shortly before they ceased. Perhaps l'enfant was scared off by the national publicity. Years passed. Bashir tried to move on and leave the nightmare behind him. But despite the absence of phone calls, l'enfant and his sinister games still play on his mind.
Number 8.
The Ghost Ship of the Arctic. On a cold day in 1969, in the frigid expanse between Icy Cape and Point Barrow, Alaska, a group of Inupiat hunters stumbled upon a haunting sight. A rusting hulk trapped in the freezing ice. No name was visible on its weather-beaten frame, but they knew it could only be the Bechimo, the legendary ghost ship of the Arctic, last seen 38 years prior when her crew abandoned her to the elements. The ship, swallowed by time and ice, should have sunk long ago. Yet, in the 54 years since her disappearance, no wreck was ever found. Up until that point, the Bechimo's disappearance remained a mystery, haunting the frozen seas. The ship's tale began in 1914 in the shipyards of Gothenburg, Sweden. The stout, steel-hulled cargo steamship was built for German owners and designed to withstand the harsh, ice-laden waters of Northern Europe. For years, she faithfully plied the Baltic ports, a workhorse amidst the chaos of World War I. With the war's end came a twist of fate. The Treaty of Versailles forced Germany to relinquish many of its ships as reparations. Among these spoils was the Bechimo, handed over to Great Britain and sold to the Hudson Bay Company in 1920. The ship embarked on a new life in the Western Arctic of Canada, navigating from Vancouver to the Yukon and Northwest Territories. By all accounts, the Bechimo was unremarkable, a lumbering vessel of iron and steam. Yet she was resilient, her reinforced bow slicing through ice floes with relative ease. The Arctic's capricious weather and shifting ice were constant threats, but the Bechimo and her crew endured, surviving close calls and harrowing storms. In 1924, the HBC ship Lady Kindersley was trapped off Point Barrow, drifting north in an implacable ice pack. The Bechimo arrived too late to rescue the crew, but stayed to recover the cargo. It was a grim reminder of the Arctic's unforgiving nature, a prelude to the Bechimo's own fateful year of 1931. Captain Sidney Cornwell, a seasoned mariner, led the Bechimo through the icy labyrinth. But 1931 was different. Cornwell warned his superiors of the ship's inadequate strength, but economic pressures drove the HBC to push her onward. By late July, the Bechimo was in a fight for her life near Wainwright. For weeks, Cornwell battled the elements, navigating between towering ice cliffs. On August 21st, a break in the ice allowed them to anchor at Port Barrow, but the delay was costly. As September turned to October, the situation grew dire. A storm severed a propeller blade, stranding the ship. With supplies dwindling, Cornwell ordered preparations to abandon ship. On November 24th, a blizzard struck, and when it cleared, the Bechimo had vanished, leaving only a mound of ice in her place. Presumed sunk, the Bechimo became a ghost. A week later, trappers spotted her drifting aimlessly. Cornwell and a few men tried to reach her, but were thwarted by the broken ice. Over the next few years, the Bechimo was seen sporadically, but eluded capture. In August 1933, the crew of the schooner Trader encountered her near Wainwright. They boarded her, finding bales of furs and other remnants of the ship's past life, before a storm carried her away once more. The Bechimo's legend grew, her sightings rare and mysterious. In 1962 and again in 1969, she reappeared, only to vanish into the Arctic fog. The Bechimo's final resting place is unknown. Artifacts from her storied past reside in the Museum of the North at the University of Alaska Fairbanks, visible witnesses to the legend of Alaska's true ghost ship.
Number 6.
The Green Children of Woolpit. The tale of the Green Children of Woolpit is a fascinating and enduring story that has mystified historians, folklorists, and the curious alike for centuries. This strange and unsettling tale originates in the 12th century in the village of Woolpit in Suffolk, England, an area known for its deep wolf-trapping pits, called wolf pits, from which the village derives its name. According to chroniclers of the time, including William of Newburgh and Ralph of Coggeshall, one day during the chaotic reign of King Stephen of England, 1135 to 1152, the villagers of Woolpit discovered 2 children, a brother and sister, beside one of the wolf pits. What set these children apart was not merely their unexpected appearance and unknown origin, but their skin. It was green. Beyond their unusual complexion, they wore unfamiliar clothing woven from a strange material and spoke an unrecognizable language. The villagers, baffled by the appearance of the children, took them to the home of Sir Richard de Calne, a local landowner. The children initially refused all food offered to them until they came across raw broad beans, which they consumed with great hunger. However, despite eventually adapting to normal food, only the girl survived. Her brother, sickly from the outset, eventually succumbed and died. As the girl learned to speak English, she relayed a curious story of their origins. She spoke of a land with no sun, where everything was green, called St. Martin's Land. According to her, she and her brother were tending to her father's herds in the field when they followed the cattle into a cave. Entranced by the sound of bells, they wandered deeper, eventually emerging into the bright sunlight of Woolpit. The transition from their homeland to this new environment was marked by the sound of those enchanting bells. Over time, the girl lost her green hue and integrated into English society, eventually receiving baptism. The story suggests that she led a relatively normal life thereafter, though she was often regarded as being particularly liberal and unrestrained in her conduct, compared to what was expected at the time, as William of Newburgh described. Theories about the Green Children have ranged from the fantastical to the scientific. Some suggest they were aliens or residents of a subterranean world, unfamiliar to the surface. A more historical perspective posits that they were Flemish immigrants, possibly orphaned by the conflicts of the period, who wandered from their homeland, their green complexion explained by malnutrition that could result in chlorosis, the so-called green sickness. Another popular theory is that the story of the Green Children is an allegory or folk memory, reflecting cultural and societal tensions of the time, such as displacement caused by war and the social assimilation of peoples of different origins. Despite the various interpretations and theories proposed over the centuries, the true origin and nature of the story of the Green Children of Woolpit remains a mystery. Their story reads like a blend of historical record and folklore, sitting uncomfortably between reality and fantasy. The absence of concrete evidence and the fantastical elements of the story, the green skin, the unknown language, and the mysterious other world, contribute to its enduring allure and its status as one of the most intriguing legends of medieval England. To this day, the Green Children of Woolpit remains a captivating unsolved mystery, a historical puzzle wrapped in a fairy tale, leaving us wondering about the thin line between history and myth, and the truths that may lie hidden in the tales of old. Number 5. JFK. On a November morning in 1963, just a few hours before the world would change forever, a switchboard in Oxnard, California hummed with activity. A seasoned operator with the General Telephone Company picked up the line just after 10 a.m., expecting a routine call like those she dealt with dozens of times per day. Yet, instead of a clear voice on the other end, she encountered only static, a fuzzy noise that immediately indicated that something was amiss. Perplexed but vigilant, the operator remained attentive, her ears pricked for any sign of distress from the person on the other line. Then, suddenly, she could hear a whispered voice. Perturbed, she beckoned to a coworker to hop on the line to hear this caller. "The president is going to die at 10:10, the whisperer rasped, leaving both operators stunned. Glancing at the clock, they noticed that 10:10 was just minutes away. A few moments passed, with both operators stunned and unsure how to proceed, before the voice amended their earlier prediction: the president is going to die at 10:30. Dismissed initially as the ramblings of a troubled mind, the operators disconnected the call around 10:25, blissfully unaware of what was unfolding in another part of the country. At that very moment, President John F. Kennedy's motorcade was cruising the streets of Dallas for the last time. At 12:30 p.m. in Dallas, Texas, which was 10:30 a.m. California time, a gunshot shattered the nation. The assassination of JFK continues to be shrouded in mystery and speculation 60 years on. Many are familiar with the layers of conspiracy surrounding the assassination. Investigators and armchair detectives alike have speculated about multiple shooters, internal government conspiracies, and even tragic accidents. But many people are not aware of the Oxnard call, as reported by the Star Advertiser in 2013. The phone call, even half a century later, is just one of the many cryptic footnotes in a saga rife with unanswered questions. An FBI report made at the time indicated that the call was reported to them around an hour after the shooting. The Oxnard Press Courier and Ventura Star Free Press chronicled the anonymous call, their headlines echoing the nation's bewilderment. Details emerged. The caller remained veiled in anonymity, but reports describing the voice like that of a middle-aged woman. The operators recounted the whispered prophecies. The voice had whispered, "The justice, the Supreme Court. There's going to be fire in all the windows. The government is going up in flames." And later, the government takes over everything, lock, stock, and barrel. The operators, who eventually ended the call thinking the person on the other end was mentally ill, recalled as many details as they could. According to an FBI report, it was their impression that the unidentified woman caller was quite disturbed. Disturbed or not, the timing makes this mysterious phone call even more disturbing. Even more so when on the other side of the world, another mysterious call came in, this one to a British journalist at Cambridge News. The journalist lifted the receiver to words whispered by an anonymous voice. "Call the US Embassy for some big news." The call then disconnected. Perplexed yet intrigued, the journalist dialed the number to the American Embassy, where he relayed the cryptic message to officials. 25 minutes after the Cambridge call, the president was assassinated. In shock and disbelief, The British journalist relayed the details of the anonymous call to the authorities, which sparked a flurry of activity among intelligence agencies on both sides of the Atlantic. A memo, dated just days after the president's death, outlined the call, its timing eerily coinciding with this turning point in American history. As time marched on in the wake of the tragedy, much like the switchboard operator in California, the British journalist continued to wonder about the identity of the mysterious caller and their eerie premonition. Neither calls led to any leads, but neither caller was ever identified. Number 4. The St. Louis Jane Doe. In the deepest days of winter, in February 1983, a grim discovery was made in an abandoned building in St. Louis, Missouri. 2 men, in search of a pipe with which to repair their vehicle, ventured into the desolate basement of the building. The flicker of a cigarette lighter revealed a horrifying sight: the body of a young African-American girl. She was positioned face down, dressed only in a yellow sweater, her hands bound behind her back with red and white nylon rope. The most disturbing detail, however, was the absence of her head. Initially mistaken for a sex worker or drug addict, it soon became clear that she was just a child, probably not even a teenager given her undeveloped physique. Evidence suggested she had been assaulted. The precision of the cut on her neck indicated the use of a large blade, possibly a carving knife. Despite extensive searches throughout St. Louis and beyond, her head was never found, making identification and determining her cause of death more challenging. Investigators turned to science for answers. Experts from the Missouri Botanical Garden analyzed mold found on her neck wound, coming to the conclusion that she had been deceased for approximately 5 days before being found. Given the nickname Hope, Precious Hope, or Little Jane Doe, law enforcement reached out to every local school district, searching for a missing student matching her description, but to no avail. All signs pointed to the victim being well cared for, with no evidence of malnutrition or prolonged physical abuse. Yet no one came forward to claim her. In December 1983, with no leads and no identification, Hope was buried in a pauper's grave in Washington Park Cemetery. The brief, solemn ceremony was attended by only a few, including the officiant, funeral director, detectives, and the city medical examiner. As months and years passed, the case grew cold, with detectives turning to psychics in desperation. One psychic's prediction led to a fruitless search in the Gulf of Mexico, and another erroneously identified the victim as a Chippewa woman named Shannon Johnson. Even a television appearance with a psychic yielded no new leads, and tragically, one of the most significant pieces of evidence, the victim's yellow sweater, was lost in the mail when an investigator decided to send it to a psychic in Florida. The case drew parallels to the notorious murders committed by convicted child molester and suspected serial killer Vernon Brown. Brown, who had committed similar crimes in the St. Louis area, was initially considered a potential suspect. However, there was insufficient evidence to link him to the murder, and he denied any involvement before his execution in 2005. In 2013, in a renewed effort to solve the mystery, investigators exhumed the body for further forensic analysis. Advanced tests suggested that Hope likely lived in one of several states in the middle of the country, such as Indiana, Illinois, or Missouri, and suffered from spina bifida. She was reburied in the Garden of Innocents at Calvary Cemetery, this time with a larger ceremony with many mourners in attendance. Despite advancements in DNA technology, the St. Louis Jane Doe case remains unsolved. There have been various leads and potential sightings, including a 2023 Reddit post by a user searching for their missing sister, Janetta Brooks, who disappeared under suspicious circumstances that some amateur sleuths believe align with the story of the St. Louis Jane Doe. This new lead, although unconfirmed, has rekindled interest in the case. Anyone with information relating to this case is urged to contact homicidecoldcase@slmpd.org or 314-444-5371. Alternatively, you can remain anonymous by contacting Crime Stoppers at 866-371-8477. Number 3. The Lake Anjikuni disappearance. On a bitterly cold November day in 1930, Canadian fur trapper Joe LaBelle arrived at the frozen shores of Lake Anjikuni. LaBelle, familiar with the welcoming Inuit community that lived there, was looking for food and shelter. But as he approached, he realized that an eerie silence enveloped the village. No children playing, no fires crackling, no voices carrying on the wind, just an unsettling, deathly quiet. LaBelle beached his canoe about 100 yards from the village and called out, expecting the usual warm greetings. Instead, 2 gaunt, starving huskies emerged, their desperation palpable. Nearby, the bodies of 7 more dogs lay lifeless, victims of starvation. LaBelle's sense of unease deepened. Drawing closer, he saw the remains of fires, with embers cold and lifeless. In one fire pit, a pot of charred food sat, suggesting a meal abandoned mid-preparation. The village stood empty. 6 elfskin huts, home to about 30 people, were eerily silent. LaBelle's heart pounded as he entered the nearest hut. He expected the worst, but found instead a haunting scene of daily life interrupted. Boots, parkas, half-sewn clothing, greasy iron pots, and abandoned cooking fires painted a picture of sudden departure. Fish and deer bones lay scattered, the only evidence of the once thriving community's sustenance. A rusted rifle leaned against a wall, a practical and valuable item not likely to have been left behind if the villagers had fled voluntarily. In another hut, LaBelle discovered more food and weapons left untouched. A child-sized sealskin coat lay half-mended, the needle still in the fabric. It was as though time had frozen in the midst of everyday tasks, leaving behind a snapshot of an ordinary day that came to an abrupt halt. Puzzled and alarmed, LaBelle pondered why the villagers would have abandoned their homes with ample food and weapons at hand. Despite his exhaustion, the trapper dared not stay in the ghostly village. He hastened to inform the nearest authorities, spurring a series of investigations. The disappearance of the Lake Anjikuni village became a topic of intense debate. No signs of violence or struggle were found, ruling out theories of murder or abduction. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police discovered that the Inuit had been missing for almost 8 weeks by the time LaBelle arrived. But for what reason, they could only guess. During their investigation, the RCMP reported seeing mysterious, pulsating lights in the sky above the lake, adding a potentially paranormal or extraterrestrial layer to the mystery. In 1931, the RCMP concluded their investigation, dismissing the story as a fabrication due to the lack of evidence. Despite this, the legend of the vanished village of Lake Anjikuni endures, leaving many to wonder what might have happened to over 3 dozen people. Number 2. The Crypto Sculpture. Nestled within the grounds of the CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia, stands a curious sculpture named Kryptos. Created in 1990 by artist Jim Sanborn, this copper sculpture, shaped like a curving S, mimics a piece of paper emerging from a printer. But Kryptos is no ordinary piece of art. It is a cryptographer's dream, a puzzle that has challenged the best minds for over 3 decades. Kryptos is adorned with 4 encrypted messages, separated into distinct sections. The first 3 parts of the code have been solved, but the 4th remains a mystery, unsolved after more than 30 years. Sanborn, who is not a professional cryptographer but a sculptor, took just one brief course in cryptography and managed to create a cipher that even the brightest at the CIA and skilled cryptographers worldwide have yet to fully decode. The first 2 passages of Kryptos were encoded using the Vigenau cipher, a method of encrypting alphabetic text by using a simple form of polyalphabetic substitution. The cipher uses a keyword, and each letter in the message is shifted according to the corresponding letter in the keyword. The strength of this cipher lies in its ability to encode the same letter differently, depending on its position in the message. However, its weakness can be exploited through Kasiski analysis, which involves guessing the keyword's length and then deciphering each letter of the key. Between subtle shading and the absence of light lies the nuance of occlusion. It was totally invisible. How is that possible? They used the Earth's magnetic field X. The information was gathered and transmitted underground to an unknown location, X. Does Langley know about this? They should. It's buried out there somewhere, X. Who knows the exact location? Only WW, this was his last message, X. 38 degrees, 57 minutes, 6.5 seconds north. 77 degrees, 8 minutes, 44 seconds west, X. Layer 2. The third section of the sculpture uses a different approach, a transposition cipher, where the letters in the message were rearranged. Sanborn's paraphrasing of archaeologist Howard Carter's account of discovering the tomb of the Egyptian pharaoh king Tutankhamun adds a historical touch to this section. Slowly, desperately, slowly the remains of passage debris that encumbered the lower part of the doorway were removed. With trembling hands, I made a tiny breach in the upper left-hand corner, and then widening the hole a little, I inserted the candle and peered in. The hot air escaping from the chamber caused the flame to flicker, but presently details of the room within emerged from the mist. X. Can you see anything? Q. But it is the 4th passage that has baffled everyone. Despite Sanborn giving out 4 clues over the years, the final message remains undeciphered. Cryptographers and enthusiasts alike have speculated over the method and key used by Sanborn, but the brevity of the passage makes it a particularly tough nut to crack. Theories range from simple to complex encryption methods, but the true solution remains elusive. The significance of Kryptos extends beyond its role as a piece of art. It has come to represent the eternal dance between codemakers and code breakers, a testament to the power of secrecy and the human urge to uncover it. Sanborn himself has hinted that if he were to die before the 4th passage is encrypted, the solution would be auctioned, ensuring that the mystery of Kryptos will eventually be revealed, one way or another. As time marches on, Kryptos continues to intrigue and challenge, an unlikely guardian of secrets at the very heart of one of the world's most powerful intelligence agencies. It represents the intersection of art, cryptography, and mystery, a puzzle waiting for its final piece. The question remains, who will be the one to unlock the last secrets of Kryptos? Number 1. The lead coffins of Chase Vault. In the quaint town of Oistins, Barbados, a vault within the cemetery of Christchurch Parish Church has a centuries-old mystery hidden inside. This vault, known as the Chase Vault, appears unremarkable at first glance, but it harbors an inexplicable mystery that continues to baffle locals and visitors alike. The story begins in 1724, when James Elliot purchased the vault. Its first occupant was his wife Elizabeth, interred in 1792. The vault changed hands in 1807, bought by the Walrond family. who allowed Elizabeth's coffin to remain. But when they opened the vault to lay Thomasina Goddard to rest, they were met with a startling sight. Elizabeth's coffin had vanished without a trace. Despite this unsettling discovery, Thomasina's body was placed inside, and the mystery of Elizabeth's missing coffin remained unsolved. A year later, in 1808, the Chase family acquired the vault. The first to be buried was little Mary Ann Chase, who tragically died at the age of 2. Her small coffin joined Thomasina's in the eerie stillness of the crypt. 4 years later, Mary Ann's sister Dorcas, driven to madness by her father's cruelty, starved herself to death. Her father, Thomas Chase, followed shortly after, taking his own life. When Thomas's body was to be placed inside, the vault was opened to a scene of chaos. All the coffins were scattered about, as if tossed by an unseen force, despite their lead construction making even moving them into place incredibly difficult. Dorcas and Mary Ann's coffins were found standing upright against a wall. Speculation ran wild. Had vandals broken in and tampered with the coffins? The vault's heavy marble door was still sealed, and nothing inside had been stolen. The coffins were repositioned, and the door was sealed more tightly than before. Yet the mystery deepened with each subsequent burial. In 1816, when young Charles Brewster Ames was laid to rest, the vault was found in disarray once more. The heavy lead coffins, including Thomas Chase's, appeared once again as if they had been violently thrown around. Yet no natural disaster had occurred since the vault was last opened. Later that year, Samuel Brewster's interment revealed the same chaotic scene. And in 1819, Thomasina Clark joined the array of disturbed coffins. On some occasions, the coffins were found broken or partially open, with skeletal remains exposed, fueling fears of supernatural interference. The strange occurrences caught the attention of Lord Combermere, the governor of Barbados at the time. He devised a plan to solve the mysteries. Sand was spread on the floor of the vault, and the entrance was sealed with cement. However, when the tomb was reopened in 1820, the coffins had once again moved, but the sand remained undisturbed, indicating that no one had entered, at least no one human. The decision was made to remove the coffins from the vault and bury them separately. The Chase vault now remains empty and unsealed. Various theories have been proposed over the years as to what may have occurred inside the vault. Some suggest that an earthquake might have shaken the coffins, but no seismic activity was recorded in Barbados during the relevant years. Others speculate that flooding caused the coffins to float and shift, yet this fails to explain how the sand remained undisturbed. And so, the mystery remains, and the vault keeps its secrets.